And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can.
From the beginning.
And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how the heck are you? Today's date is Friday, March 29th, 2024, year of our Lord, 2024. Oh my God. Is it that far into history already? Are we on the brink of collapse finally? Of course we are. Have we ever said anything different here on End of Days Radio? Today's guest is none other than Lleo Oneiro. Lleo Oneiro. From the depths below the undercurrents of the Nile, lightning struck Zug Island at the stroke of midnight in the subdistance before time. Minus 369 years ago came forth the essence, therefore the being, that one day before the year before Poseidon's trident rose from the sea, entered End of Days Radio. Lleo Oneiro, student of the Invisible College, the teachings of Aurum Solis, studied under Ravi Michael Laitman from Tel Aviv since 2011 at kabbalah.info, Cosmologer, astronomer, consultant, host of MSK MainStealKillaz and OneiroReport.com. We welcome Lleo Oneiro to End of Days Radio, and we will get to him in a moment. I wanted to remind everybody to head over to endofdaysradio.com where you can keep up on all things End of Days Radio. You can check out who's coming on the show. You can grab my email. That's DanielEndofDaysRadio@gmail.com. That's DanielEndofDaysRadio@gmail.com. If you want to come on the show, if you know somebody that wants to come on the show, if you have any ideas, complaints, criticisms, or praises for us here on this show, please email me, whether it's good, whether it's bad, if it's naughty, if it's nice. I want to hear it all. Dr. Robert.
How are you?
Hey.
Can you hear me good?
You sound all right, a little low.
Hold on a second. Let me make a few adjustments. Give me 1 second. Don't caught me
Okay.
off guard. 1 second.
Can you hear me?
That's much better. Oh my. That's
How
like night and
are
day
you?
difference. I'm great. I just wanted to check in with you and see if you're ready to pump up the charts.
I'm more than ready. I'm very excited, man. I'm looking forward to it. You know,
Awesome. How are you
always
doing today? What's going on in the world of Dr. Robert?
I feel okay, man. I've been kind of relaxing. Been reading a few books. I'm reading like more than one book at a time. So I'm reading like the Song of the Greys.
Oh,
I'm reading the biography of the African samurai,
okay. I like that.
and then I'm reading a philosophical collection by an author by the name of Richard Tarnas, and the book is titled "The Passion of the Western Mind."
The Passion of the Western Mind.
Yeah, by Richard
Interesting.
Tarnas. It's a really good book, man. I'm enjoying it.
Well, we will have to get back to you, Dr. Robert, later and find out more about these books. He's got like 4 different books going out once. My God. I can barely read one book at a time without my mind exploding. But let's get on to our main event. We like to check in with Dr. Robert sometimes, see how he's doing. Let's get to the meat and bones of tonight's show. Introducing to all out there, Lleo Oneiro. Uh-oh, his mic is not working. I can't hear you, man. Oh no. Disaster has struck. Let's see here. Can't hear you, man.
Test. Let me try.
There he is. There he is.
I'm here.
He lives.
All right.
They live.
Very good. What's up, Daniel?
What's up?
Chilling.
What's going on?
Doing fantastic. I'm glad to be here on End of Days Radio.
I like your background.
Yeah, well, I have the option back there. So, I mean, this is normally where I hang out, right?
All right. What is that? Is that like a symbol?
Well, it's basically my signature with some nice light vectors in the background. So,
I see.
Something better than a little green screen, better than a plain wall, I guess.
Let me see if I can't turn you up slightly.
I'm glad it's working.
Same here. Testing.
1, 2, 3.
Am I saying your name right? Lleo Oneiro?
Yeah, perfect.
All right. So, Lleo, let's start off by asking, where are you from, man? Where are you from? Where you live? Where are you from?
Well, I mean, aside from being born in the backside of hell in a place called shit, I mean, reality speaking, just a guy from Florida, nobody, and didn't have much growing up. I was like a generation removed from any kind of wealth, right? My father was from Detroit and hung out with like Jimmy Hoffa and Red Fox and all that back in the day, and moved down to Florida. My mother's father was a 33rd degree Mason and a Shriner from London, Ontario, and did international banking from there through the Bahamas, and moved down in like 1952 with her. They ended up meeting, and I didn't end up on the mattress in 1980, and here we go. Most of my life, I've just tried to be a regular type of person, just like dealing with this, living in the United States and everything. The South Florida is one of the most diverse places in the world, right? Where you get people from every age and every social rung of life. They're working, living, partying, everything. So I grew up around everything, and having no siblings or anything, trying to find out what I wanted to be was always kind of an open book. I didn't really feel pushed towards one direction. I found growing up that a lot of people were full of shit, right? Like if people were going crazy and they start fights over nothing and everything, and that was really a big influence on me, being bullied and stuff when I was really young. And I thought there has to be something better than this in the world, right? And my parents weren't there for the most part. They were working or drinking and having their own life. Shut up, kids should be seen, not heard. And I always had a desire to learn stuff like theology and science and quantum physics and stuff like that. And I had accesses to dictionaries and anatomy books and all kinds of stuff. So I read and I learned, and I grew up. And it was with my late teens, I started deciding that I needed to do something with this knowledge and information I had that was so unfamiliar with most people. Because I quit going to school when I was in 7th grade. I dropped out of public school. It was just a nightmare. And I did the rest of home. I got a GED when I was 16 and applied for the Army when I was 18. I didn't make the duck walk, so I didn't go in. And for better or worse, whatever. I mean, you get good connections, but not for me. And from there, I just try to live a normal life. But the more you try to walk that path of being, the decent person, being the fool, right? Just I'm going to be nice to everyone and just see what happens. You run into a lot of obstacles because of all the things that are going on behind the scenes, and trying to learn how to fit in and what you want to do in life, and trying to make good decisions, like what kind of world do you want to raise a kid in? So in my 20s, I ended up meeting a friend who got me into Aurum Solis a little bit through some books he had. I was actually like, we were always hanging out, like getting stoned and stuff like that, right? But we started talking deeper, and I was getting into stuff like asking questions about like the truth behind theological text and understanding like all the languages that are around us that we don't understand, like all the corporate symbols and stuff back in the 90s and 2000s stuff. What is all this language that they're using? It's consistent. The languages that are on flags. What is that? We're not taught how to read flags and coats of arms and stuff like that, right? And communication's always been very important to me. So I started looking at that, and he showed me these Aurum Solis books and stuff, and that really was a launch pad into putting it all together and having access to what they call Western schools and kabbalah. You're breaking up a little bit. Is it me or is it you? You're kind of scratchy. No, still scratchy. Is anyone in the chat with him? Is he coming in clear? Yeah, might need a refresh. No, no good. Modern technology, right?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Oh,
100%. All right.
You never know which of these buttons you got to press or what you have to click in order to get a decent signal.
It used to be easy.
Well, what I was asking was you mentioned something called Aurum Solis. Forgive my ignorance, but what is that?
Well, it's they're a group of people. It's not like the Golden Dawn, with all that Crowley stuff and everything like that. They're a group of people. They write books and they do their own thing. I've never gone to them or interacted. I've never been part of any group where you have to do degrees and be hazed or any of that, because there's really no need. That's all socialism, right? And getting up into a group of privileges and brotherhoods, fraternities, sororities, and all that. I was just interested in the knowledge and wisdom, because know thyself is the key, right? And we're here, we can't ignore the external world. So we have to find things in the external world that identify with us and learn more and grow. And that's, basically part of life. Deep is life, right? So they publish books through Llewellyn Books. You can look that up online. They have a lot of great authors there. I believe E.A. Coetting has books there. I saw him on your podcast. I've seen his work before. He's a real interesting guy. And more people, it would be nice if more people did what he did in the open to show them that this stuff works and it's real and it's applicable, and that it's not being taught to people at all on a basic level. Most people have no clue that any of that stuff's real or it exists. And well, in the chat, you can't ever depend on a person all the way, right? Every person will always fail you, no matter what you do, right? You take the ideas and you say, okay, well, this and that, like even Crowley, who I detest, Liber 777 is a great text and it's utilitarian. So great, but it's the idea, not the person. The person will always get old and crazy and fail and be full of sin and flaw. So, you got to be forgiving. But yeah, where were we?
Oh, we were talking about this. Am I saying it right? Aurum Solis?
Aurum Solis, yeah. Light of the sun, yeah.
Aurum Solis. How did you find out about these people? How did you contact them and become part of their group?
Well, I had a friend that had the books. He gave me these books, the higher philosophy of high magic and stuff, right? And this was like Western Kabbalah teaching, which I wasn't familiar with Kabbalah at the time, Kabbalah, but it was what I was looking for. It was a structure for all of this stuff that I had in my mind, all these spiritual ideas that were mixed with science that weren't making any sense to anyone. And finding out that there actually is like the stuff you weren't taught in school, right? If you went to public school, if you didn't go to private school, if you weren't born into a religion or a cult or some kind of sect or something, if you're just a regular person born into a pop culture somewhere in the world, my experience in the United States, and you're taught to be nothing, just a worker or a cog or something, if you keep pursuing truth, you'll find your way into Judaism and Buddhism and eventually Kabbalah. And it's labeled as mysticism and metaphysics and stuff like that. And those words really don't apply to what it actually is. It's just the next level of physics and understanding in this world that we're not told. That level of stuff we're given Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan and told to go to sleep. Everything's a billion, million miles away. You'll never understand it. Go to bed, drink coffee, eat cereal, and you'll be fine. But going into this and learning the structure, like there's a blueprint to actual reality, and there's a bridge to be built between science and spirituality that goes into what Kabbalah, that goes into as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. And you see these patterns in nature and they start to align and it makes sense. And it takes a lot of the chaos and, mystery. It takes a mystery away. It adds a lot more mystery. There's a different type of mystery, like a knowledgeable mystery. Like you at least have your foot on the ground somewhere, that you're not alone in this information and stuff. And you start moving forward. And it's a wonderful thing. It's finding life in every little thing. From the smallest thing to the greatest thing, and it's all reflections of the Most High. If you go to Kabbalah,
have you read any of E.A. Coetting's books?
I haven't read any of his books. I was part of his forum for a while and watched a lot of his videos, and saw the practices he did, which is my interest, because no one's actually filming themselves doing the rituals and stuff. I'm familiar with how the rituals work and stuff, with the using your voice and the incantations and using fire, tetrahedrons as a door, and ritual and setting up a vibration for yourself, right? So you can access these different levels within the ether, because our pineal glands have all been shut off from the fluoride and the radio frequencies and stuff. And people don't even realize that the ether is as tangible as anything else. You know, if your pineal gland's working, when you look in the world, you can close your eyes. It looks like you're at the bottom of the sea with stuff floating around and everywhere, layers and layers of colors and interactions and stuff. And not only has that been removed from us, it's now being doubled down on with this metaverse stuff through Facebook and all of that. You know, the second deception that's being put on top of everyone. To now, okay, you can. Here's the Ethernet, right? Right. It's a lie on top of a lie. So you can have fun with that if you want, but the reality is still there underneath.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I've always thought it was weird how, you know, we just happen to be born into the generation where, like, video games, for example, or computers, like, all that stuff seems to be, I wouldn't say it started like exactly when I was born, but around the same time. You know, our generation, you know, the first IBMs, and then the, you know, the arcade games, and the Nintendo, and now these video games and this stuff that this AI is creating, these AI generated worlds and pictures, it's starting to look like real life. The
Right.
fact that that would kind of genesis or be born within our lifetimes, I find to be a very odd coincidence. Like, why would we be here and now when this virtual world or this metaverse or this simulated universe is
Right.
coming into fruition? It's a little bit suspicious to me as a, you know, as a conscious entity, that we happen to be here now.
Here
It's
and communicating and awake with each other and having to make very critical decisions all the time, right? Aware of
Yeah.
what's going on. There's big choices in front of us. From what I understand, the if you go to Genesis in the Bible, right? I'm not a Bible person or anything, but you find bits of truth everywhere if you look. And 322, Genesis 3:22, it says that, you know, they've eaten from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but if they eat from the tree of life, they'll live forever. So we can't have that. So we got to exclude them for that. Well, the tree of life is the Kabbalah, that's sacred geometry, right? And that information, in terms of Gregorian calendar, was the Zohar and the Tanya was given to everyone else. That had been kept secret. The people that had it supposedly kept it secret until 1995, and then they were supposed to give it out to the rest of the world, which is being done, but to great resistance, because there's a lot of people out there that have no interest in that happening whatsoever. They're increasing the amount of keeping the bar low and keeping people down into the low vibrations, the L frequencies, and violence and redundancy, instead of growing as a life form should, and learning these things and finding out that you are part of the universe. You're connected. We're all connected to each other, and we can have better and great things if we strive for it and thrive for it and work toward it.
I totally agree. I think that something out there has a vested interest in keeping our lifespans short, keeping our environment toxified, keeping us ignorant, keeping us uneducated, or at least educated in things that are likely false, a lot of fake history. It's a mission or agenda to dumb us down and make us into, I guess, happy slaves, or maybe unhappy slaves, but slaves at the end of the day. Who do you think is behind all this?
Well, I mean, if we want to put a name on who's doing it that people would understand, I mean, there's a lot of people out there that are doing things that they don't really know what they're doing, and they're part of it, and they're enforcing these kind of ideas that come to them as abstracts and making them institutions and laws out there. But where is it coming from? The source that's perpetuating it. The best word to use towards these group right now is, I use alt Zionists, because of the stuff that's going on in the Middle East and Israel, right? I don't like pointing fingers, but any group that you have in the world, there's always going to be fringe elements. when you make a large group of people. There's always going to be people that disagree. That's why there's a million different Christ churches, Catholic churches, Baptist churches, and mosques, and even Hindus and Buddhists all have different little beliefs and everything, and that's great. Diversity. Being unique is what makes us similar, right? It's the paradox. And the group of people that's really behind it are the I call alt Zionists, because I'm not going to say all Zionists are malicious intent towards others. So alt Zionist in Israel, because the Jews and their beliefs, they're not supposed to have a homeland, right? And the ones that are out there with Benjamin Netanyahu, all this, that are doing this eradication to these Palestinian people, obviously, using satellites to kill people in the street that are unarmed is not a benevolent act, no matter which way you look at it. There's no way to justify doing that. And they're looking to, as above, so below, as within, so without. Israel is the point in the heart, right, that goes into negative space. Right, if we exist in positive space, right, with photons and protons and electrons and everything, then there's a negative space to it, and the place where that interchanges, right, is like where light consciousness meets matter in the brain and the body, right, and makes that transformation to where is it no longer thought, and it's actually something that's physical. So as well, so below, as when, so without locations on Earth, Israel in that location, that Middle East, where there's always conflict and wars, is one of those places that is like the center of the heart, so to speak, because Earth is like an anagram for heart, right, if you put the H at the beginning. And they want to be the war right now is specifically, it's who is right there on August 2nd, 2027. Is the big fight, is who is in that spot when there's a path of totality eclipse that goes over Israel in that area, in the 33rd parallel there, and who's there to I could make jokes about what it is, like they're all a bunch of guys wanting to be the first one to make love to a Anunnaki if they come here or something, and that's what it's all about, right? A bunch of guys prick waving. But there's more to it.
That seems like it'd be awkward, because aren't they like really tall?
Right. That's the thing, right? It's like they can put those in to a degree into people, right? Through ritual and stuff. They put the Anunnaki in here. Usually it's more than one person, like it would be 19 people or something, or 13 people, whatever the ritual is, would be one of the Anunnaki working together. And but as individuals, to actually have one manifest, that's a totally different thing, and that's big work.
So this is getting into the alien deception, where some leadership group, let's call it, this possibly being the Zionists over in Israel or wherever they're located. I know they don't all live in Israel. A lot of them are in England. So they're using probably Israel and all these councils, like the United Nations would be the most obvious one, and they're gonna present some Anunnaki to us, or some creators, or alien beings, so-called alien beings, that they're gonna say are creators. Say that are our creators. Do I have this right?
Something like that. Yeah, like there's going to be a big deception, I believe, from everything I've understood from what they're doing. That because right now, if you look at the condition of human beings, if aliens showed up, we're all divided, right? What country are they going to show up to? They can't show up to every country at once, right? That would be a total Earth invasion. So it would be, oh, you're in this country, not that country, right? And where are they going to stay? Do they have to pay taxes, right? I mean, are they going to get involved in elections? We're really, not focusing on what's important as human beings. So any kind of alien that wants to show up right now, that they say from that direction, is either a drone or a hologram or something that's not benevolent in terms of wanting to make peace with everyone, because they know, how do you even prove it's a real alien? We got to kill it, right? To see what's inside of it. is the only way to see if it's not a robot. So there's a lot of things that have to take place. It's not just like, oh, breaking news right now, here's the spacecraft, and now you can all stop paying taxes and going to work. We have aliens to deal with, and we're all going to have a party. No. It's going to be a deception that you're going to try to pull off. So before any type of like Anunnaki would come down here, I believe, and if they came down here, I wouldn't say they're our enemies or anything, but they really, I mean, how much do we have in common with ants, right? You know, I don't know how we would communicate.
Well, one thing that kind of had an effect on me, I got really into the Zecharia Sitchin books and his research, the 12, 13 books, how many of them there were, and found out later, I think David Icke was talking a lot about this. He's actually a 33rd degree Mason and always was when he was, presenting his research to the world. And a lot of people became suspicious of that. Could he be taking part in some kind of plan, kind of like, we look at the book 1984 and we know that was actually released to kind of tell humanity what was coming. Yeah, could this be something along the same lines, or something even more drastic, where he's presenting this argument to the world, but it's to kind of plant the seeds of this idea that our creators were the Anunnaki? That way, like, let's say the Masons have some kind of plot, or the Anunnaki or some kind of evil spirits are working through them behind the scenes in order to set up this event in the future. What do you think about that? Could that be a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, David Icke, I remember when he was, I probably ran into David Icke in the early 2000s online, and a couple of friends showed me his books and stuff and his videos. He had those long DVDs and stuff like that, talking about these people are actually reptiles and stuff like that. And it was it was great, because it was like, you take it half seriously because it's where's the proof? But at the same time, everybody figures, well, these people are doing something. They're robots, they're aliens, or clones or something, because they don't give a crap about people as it is. So maybe this guy is onto something, and he's got a pretty convincing story, right? But overall, with David Icke, I not too long ago, if you look at his name and you write it and you flip it backwards and you flip around the word Mickey Mouse, that's where he got his name from. His name's a dick joke too, which goes into Club 33, the 33 degree Mason and stuff like that. I mean, and that was the big question with him, is that was he in control opposition? Like, why would they let him say all this stuff to get people riled up if it wasn't somewhat under control, or if it wasn't just all lies? Because that could be true too. They could have him going out trying to convince people that these people are more than just human beings, and that therefore, if they're more than human beings, and we can't deal with them like human beings as they should be dealt with, which is irrelevant, because if they're human beings or not, we should deal with them based on their actions, So David Icke is another one where I take a little bit and okay, he's saying that, great, and look away from the person and go more into the material, because there was other guys at the time like Michael Tsarian. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He did some good stuff. And
oh yeah, definitely. I got kind of into his stuff for a little while there. I even read one of his books. I believe it was something in Atlantis. It's where he goes into the reptilians and all that, and some of the history that I don't know where he got it exactly. I think that he comes from Rosicrucian circles and secret societies and stuff like that supposedly had this knowledge of the pre-flood world, and he's kind of sharing it along with research that he's done himself. But yeah, he's a fascinating guy. I've tried to get him on this program many times, and definitely became part of my model for sure.
Yeah, pick at his brain. Yeah. some others. Like Mark Passio is another one. I'm sure you're familiar with him.
Sure.
Yeah, he's doing some good stuff. But that goes back to EA coding. I understand a lot of people have negative impressions from EA coding because what he's involved with. But at the same time, you notice that the stuff that he goes into that these other guys don't go into that. They allude to it, right? But it's either like they don't understand or they're trying to protect it. Like they think they're doing some kind of altruistic kind of thing by not going into that realm of information because of the hazards that are involved with it. And it's like you have to understand that, you know, it's like the saying that maybe guns aren't the problem, it's bad decisions that are the problem, right? Because you could put a loaded gun in front of me and I'd never shoot anybody, right? So it's not the information that's necessarily the problem. It's what people do with it. And of course it means people will do things with the information that you wouldn't want them to do. And a lot of the stuff with like kabbalah and sacred geometry and stuff goes into quantum physics and how to make nuclear energy and nuclear reactors and stuff like that. And of course somebody could make a bomb, but you can't run from that stuff forever. You have to deal with it. You have to confront it. And keeping everybody, you know, once the bell's been rung, trying to just tell everybody, no, the bell hasn't been rung is not going to work. And it causes more problems. So, but I don't necessarily have a solution.
Yeah, David Icke, he's one of those very well-known individuals that talk about this stuff, along with a lot of the other guys you just mentioned. Did you ever get into Alex Jones?
Sure. Alex Jones. Okay, I started going online in like 1997, right? With old 28K, 26K dial-up or whatever it was. And prisonplanet.com, Alex Jones, Infowars.com was always like the most obvious CIA psyop shit in the world, right? It just looked like it just reeked of it. That because it was part of like Weekly World News, the way it was coming across back then. Like it was ridiculous, like Bat Boy kind of stuff and Frankenstein's wife kind of stuff that was on there, mixed with the they're all going to come kill you, the globalists and all this and that. So it was like real information with a lot of bullshit. And then, you know, he went on, he persisted, and he got bigger and bigger, right? And you know, Alex Jones, I don't think he lies. You know, I think that there's lies of omission, and I think he's definitely part of the controlled system, right? Because they wouldn't let him do that if he wasn't on some kind of a leash, right? And they even punished him with that Sandy Hook stuff, right? And he says he's Bill Hicks. He's openly said he's actually Bill Hicks, that he faked his death, whether it could be true or not. But you know, seeing that he's best friends with Kevin Booth, who was Bill Hicks' best friend. They're both from Austin, Texas, and the timelines and everything. I mean, okay, great. Whatever that involves. In another situation, you can't look at the guy. You got to look at the information. And I definitely would. I keep a red flag around him. Like I've never interacted with him directly. You know, maybe he'll like a post or a comment I threw at him on X like 10 years ago or some shit like that. But otherwise, nothing. I don't go in that direction. I think it's a hornet's nest.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You know, I hear a lot of people that like know that Alex Jones is compromised or part of a psyop or controlled opposition, but they still like him anyways.
Yeah,
they still watch him every day and listen to his crap. For me, like I don't even pay any attention to him. Like the stuff that he talks about, I feel like is like first level stuff. Like I don't feel he goes real deep into anything. I don't feel like he brings anything new to the table. There are people doing it before he did. He's just very theatrical. Right. He's like the cartoon. He's the one people turn to, and he has a lot of supporters that just really defend him. Like you point out, he's connected to the CIA or something like that, and or he's connected to the the Zionists and stuff like that, and they just flip their lids and they get all pissed off. And no, like it's almost kind of like a hero worship, but they're just, in my opinion, they're lacking in in comprehension and understanding of the full picture. They don't understand how far these people will go to screw with us and control the narrative,
Right.
and controlling the, they know this information is going to get out there one way or another. So why not have some kooky guy presenting it to us, and he's talking about gay frogs and stuff like that, and then they can turn around in the future. They could say, well, we put this guy out here. We put this weirdo out here to tell you the truth, and you guys ignored him. You laughed at him. I feel like it's something like that. What do they call it? Revelation of the method. Have you heard that term, Leo?
I think so. Kind of like externalizing the hierarchy, right? Explain, because I might be wrong on that.
Well, it's this idea that because these people are into magic, it sounds like you're open to the idea of magic because you got into EA coding and secret societies and stuff like that, Kabbalah and all that, right?
Well, I understand. It's like science that hasn't been put in mainstream. If it works, it's science. So
yeah, exactly. I feel the same way about it. That's all it is. It's just science we haven't discovered yet. Occult laws of the universe we're not really aware of. But to them, if they tell us what they're doing, if they tell us what their plans are, and we don't say anything, we don't fight back, we don't put their backs against the wall for it, then they don't have to experience any karma for their actions. They get away with it. And I feel like Alex Jones is part of that. Like, if they put him out there and tell us everything that's going on, then if we ignore him and we don't do anything about it, then it's on us. We're being willfully ignorant. We're being purposefully stupid and purposely sheepish, and not holding these people accountable for parasitizing off of us, or vamping off of us, or stealing our energy, or oppressing us, or however you want to put it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Telling you what they're going to do before they do it, like charging a sigil, right?
Yeah, charging a sigil. That's something that would be like probably one of the first magical acts I performed, because I got into it and I was buying certain books, like giving me a basic understanding of magic and stuff like that. And I just wanted to see if I could get any results. So, the sigil stuff I jumped right into. And the first thing I felt was the energy, right? Because you keep loading energy into these things, and then you feel your focus shifting into this one thing, and then if you really keep doing it, it turns into this just almost uncontrollable energy. Have you worked a lot with sigils, Leo?
Not a lot. No, I got into like talisman and stuff like that when I was early 20s, and tried a couple things and realized that you have to have such a mental focus when you get into it, and be very clear about your intention and everything that you put into it. Because if you're not, then you're leaving doors open and you're leaving question marks as to the outcome and stuff like that. So in terms of sigils and stuff like that, it's like this thing about magic that you're doing it anyway, so you might as well be aware you're doing. I try to keep a high level of cognizance and being aware of what I'm doing as much as I can. And there's certain things like, when the moon is black before it comes new and before it fills up, that there's more chance that you're planting a seed and that it'll grow and stuff like that. So, I bite my tongue sometimes and this and that, based on the planets a little bit. But for the most part, the stuff that's called magic, right? It has a lot to do with magnetism, because we live in the electromagnetic world, right? Everything's either electricity or magnetism. And we're taught about electricity, but we're not taught about magnets and what magnets could do. And if you wanted to look at the electricity as masculine, and you want to look at the magnetism as feminine, right? Then you see how the feminine energy has been so suppressed in this world, one way or the other, and the magnetism has been suppressed. And that goes into the ether, and the things that you do there are, quote, magical still, and not in the realm of science. And that's where free energy comes from, stuff like that, using Tesla coils and toroid coils and 0-point energy called fusion, Marco Rodin, stuff like that. That allows you to build a device where it's not metered and you're going to have energy, which they really don't like that, but it's out there. It's coming out. It doesn't matter if you talk about it or anything, because it exists and it's coming, and they know it, and they're fighting it as much as possible, trying to make you, more, everything's more expensive, more taxes, more work, all this nonsense. It doesn't matter. Work's good, but not, working for nonsense to just pay taxes, this kind of stuff. And keeping away from the fact that you don't need them for all this crap, that you can do it on your own. Like even this technology and the batteries, they're all leashes, right? You have to recharge your battery. You have to get a new battery. You have to have a plug nearby. It's not really a mobile device. It's mobile for 6 hours, and then it's not mobile anymore. When in reality, they could make a battery that lasts for a year or indefinitely, or longer than your lifetime, very simply, or just have a device that runs that you plug everything into, and it just doesn't run.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I mean, magic, magnet, there has to be some kind of etymological connection there. That's kind of
Mary Magdalene, magnetism, right?
Yeah,
El
yeah.
is the Hebrew god, electricity, the masculine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, electricity. Ah.
It's all in plain sight, right? It's all a game.
Jen, are you there, buddy?
Hey Dan, how are you doing? Hey,
doing
Leo,
good.
What's up, Jen?
You're doing really great. I'm really into this conversation. I'm always a little spicy in chat. Dan knows how I get. I don't know. Something happens on the show. I don't know.
Well, you said something about along with Leo, you too were a member of the what was it? I Am a Living God forum by E.A. Quetting.
We called it BOG, the BOG forum.
BOG. I had no idea you were part of that community. That's interesting.
I mean, I've always been honest about that. I have a left-hand path, like a background, and I wasn't necessarily like the supreme goetic magician of all time. For sure, I wasn't. I really was into what the kids now call sinister Catholicism, but it was mostly for me. It was mostly just Catholicism with a goth sort of aesthetic and like some left-hand path practices like Babylon currents and stuff. But it was never like really crazy. But it was probably quite inversionary, and so. Yeah, I kind of left that, like I put that all behind me, really.
Put it behind you?
Well, I mean, I'm a Buddhist now, and I try and do like practices of rectification rather than than internal theurgy, rather than than do external sorcery. So that's where I'm at with it. And obviously, I love Kabbalah. I study Hebrew Kabbalah, like medieval Kabbalah, like Ramak and the other ones, and even Lurius. I've been reading a little bit of Lurius, and I wasn't very keen on that at first, but actually he makes some really great points about the nature of bureaucracy and how it's antithetical to God. So I think that's quite interesting ideas.
Definitely. Yeah, I would go on the BOG forum here and there. I was really into the YouTube channel. Like I would watch pretty much anything that popped up in there. That, in my opinion, that was one of like the best YouTube channels of all time. Like that was kind of inspirational to me, because that's when it was hitting its stride. Like that's when I was really getting into magic, even black magic and stuff like that.
Me too.
Yeah, EA was or Eric, he is a fantastic teacher, and he gave me kind of a base of understanding. I mean, there are other sources, but he gave me a base understanding, which I was able to approach a lot of other topics. And he was probably, like, if I had to pick one main teacher, it was probably him, as far as who convinced me this stuff actually works and helped me get some actual results. But then there's a certain amount of tragedy that struck, and there was the incident of the murder You guys have heard about that, I take it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and next thing
Left-hand
you
path
know,
always leads. Sorry, Dan.
no, go ahead. What were you going to say? Left-hand path?
Left-hand path always leads to destruction. Always. It just does. I mean, I'm not saying that like Buddhism, obviously we have Vamacharian practices, left-hand path practices. It comes from the Dharmic religions, even that term, Vamacharya means left-hand path. It doesn't quite mean in the same way that Western esotericism does, but it really is for internal practices. So you can use the left-hand practices, but you're not supposed to externalize them. You're supposed to use them in your sort of sadhana, your daily sadhanas, whatever you're practicing, whatever text you're using. And so you use that for inside yourself to conquer the demons that arise, just like with Kabbalah, like the sins, the kinds of conceptual ideas, the klipots that arise, whether you believe in the invert tree or not. I personally don't, but you know, those things still arise. I mean, the sins, the desires still arise, and that's just exactly like how Buddhism is. And so you have to use then like the Kila practices, like the sorcery knife practices, and you have to destroy the demons. Basically, that's what it is. But the demons are inner outer secret, like Leo was saying. Like there's a tripartite process. That part of it's mental, part of it's spiritual, and part of it's like biological. So there are three different things happening, but it's all at one time. It's synthesis and death in your heart. So yeah, I mean, I think we're all on the same page with that. This is the thing with EA. He was a great showman. He definitely was able to cut through a lot of like the medieval grimoire bullshit. Like, I don't think it's all bullshit. I like the medieval stuff. I mean, Dan, you know that. I've said that a million times on the show. I love the medieval stuff. I just think that skipping steps is useful for a modern magician because of the intricacies involved in the medieval grimoires, the necessity to either be a religious person, either Catholic or Jewish. But I also think that, yeah, I think he innovated something, and I think he did something really interesting with it. But I also think that it's a mistake to cut out the steps in a way, because I think, like, okay, so let's use lesser keys as an example. So for the lesser keys, you have to work through the greater keys before you do the lesser keys. Like, you have to do the angelic spirits before you undertake the goetic spirits, because you need the empowerments from the angels and like the accomplishments of doing those seals and those names of God. You have to be able to do that so the demons, or the goetic spirits, I'm not going to call them demons, but the goetic spirits then respect you and you can command them in the circle. That's the whole idea. So it's not for sorcery, even in those texts. It's really to like meet God. So you go upwards and do the angel stuff, and then you go downwards and do the chthonic stuff. And then you've accomplished both spheres. You've overcome all your desires, all your sins, all your bullshit. And then you can like do your, like your Abra Merlin working or whatever, and like meet your guardian angel. So that's basically the idea.
Yeah,
That's
I think that no, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think one of EA's like main contributions, and I'm sure this could be said of a lot of black magicians, is that they do the stuff that like nobody else is willing to do, because most people would be too fearful to try to summon Satan or work with demons and stuff like that. I don't know if you guys are super into Crowley or anything, but there's that old story, or I guess there's multiple stories of Crowley where he'd be with a bunch of sorcerers and magicians, and they would be like summoning some kind of demon or something like that. They'd have a magic protective circle where they would be standing to protect them, and as soon as like the demon or whatever was summoned, Crowley would just walk out of the circle and just be like, I don't give a shit, I'm not afraid of this thing, bring it on. Like, as disgusting as an individual as Crowley was, that always kind of made me raise an eyebrow, like, wow, that's kind of cool a little bit, if that makes sense.
No, you're right, Dan. In a way, it's like, it's really badass, but like, think of how he died. Like, pathetic, with a prolapsed asshole.
Ooh,
and a heroin addiction.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Did you know about that, Leo? The prolapsed asshole?
Crowley?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's big on the asshole, right? That's it, because as above, so below, that's Lucifer, right? So he worships the asshole, the rosebud. So
I guess so.
The eye of the pyramid. Yeah.
The lower chakra. What was that, Jen?
No, it's the inverse. So, like, even in Tantra, we have the idea of like your ass is one of the 5 sense organs of your body. So, and your genitals is obviously is one of the other sense organs. So when you're not really supposed to combine sense organs like that. Like, it's very inverted to do that. I'm not making a judgment on other people. I'm just saying from like a traditional Dharma perspective, you're not supposed to combine those particular sense organs together. So the idea is when you do that, that's for extremely transgressive acts. It's like against God right away. Okay. And it also activates that chakra, like you were saying, in that area. And there's multiple chakras depending on what chakra system you use. Like there's the 5 and the 7 system. Most people use 5 that are really tantrics. Like serious tantrics will use 5, but the more hermetic kind of like new age systems will use 7. But there is potentially 3 chakras in that area. We'll just say that. So you are blocking all 3 of those chakras when you are doing that. And there is a thing on metaphysical Twitter right now that like anal sex is very inverted and will block your chakras. And I actually agree with that idea. And I think that that's probably true. And I think that's part of the reason why they try and get kids like early and like there's a lot of like that butt stuff in Freemasonry and the fraternities and all of that.
A lot of them, like that's like in especially when you get into this stuff like the entertainment industry, Hollywood. I meant to bring this stuff up with Leo. We're definitely getting into this, but you always hear these recurring stories of, oh, if you want to get rich and famous, bend over.
I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like, and it's also like a dominating thing. Like I remember being like, I don't know if I should admit to this, but I remember reading as like, I was like 12 or 13. I read the Haitian Voodoo Gnostic Handbook by Michael Berthiaud. And he was like, and the first like work one of the first works in the book is summoning this tarantula spirit. And you have to imagine yourself like, I don't want to say the word, but like using the R word to do something to your enemy in the butt. That's what he said in the book, to imagine while you're doing the ritual. So the whole thing is like very dominating. It's also to block the energy centers so they can't fight back. There's like something really deep in like the left hand path about the butt. Like it really is like a thing. It's not just me being funny.
Well, to elaborate on that, that's the false left hand path, right? Because it's like there's a red pillar and a blue pillar, right? Well, what they're dealing with is two red pillars, one painted blue, right? And that's when they get into that horrible shit like that. Because you live your life, you don't have anything to do with doing stuff like that, right? And you don't need that in order to gain any kind of self-confidence or spirituality in your life whatsoever. But it's good to keep up with the devil's tricks, and to know that that's what they're doing, because we're all adults here, right? And if you have children, if you're going to have children, you got to know what to protect them from and what's going on in the world around you, so you're not easily deceived. Because if you're going to get tricked, you're going to get tricked, and you're pretty much on your own for that. So the ones in Hollywood, I mean, a lot of it has to do with like that whole Yale thing and the Greek letters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And being part of a brotherhood, and we're going to haze you, and how can I ever trust you? Well, only if you do this horrible shit, right? There's some of that, and there's some of it that's meant to be acts and plays, like in Freemasonry, that aligns you in a vibration with other people, that you've gone through the same experience, and now that you've gone through the experience with the symbols and the words and everything, you've learned something. So when you go about doing things, you have that to look back on, right? Just like anything else. So you build a ritual like that, and then you start to operate different things. Now, that doesn't get into how they get into making like geomancy and stuff like that, and moving in between physical dimensions, the light. That's a whole different thing that they get into with that. But with
I think it's also like that. That's a great point you just made, and also it's like a kind of a blackmail thing. Like we all went through this together, and you better not say anything, otherwise we're gonna tell everybody that you put on this robe and you bent over for other males in this dark room. Clint, you were saying in the chat that allegedly Mark Wahlberg had relations with Pauly Shore. Allegedly.
Yeah, you remember that what was that documentary that Corey, what's his name, put out?
Corey Haim?
The actor?
Yeah, it must have been Corey. It must have been one of the Feldman, Corey Feldman.
Yeah, Corey Feldman. Yeah, my friend he paid for to see it, and he said that in the video that they were alleging that Mark Wahlberg raped Pauly Shore, and that it was pretty gross. I mean, I'm not gonna go into detail or anything, but
yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Somebody in the background goes, Crisco oil.
Yeah, that was my girlfriend.
She knows all about it. She's gonna come on.
She was with me when my friend was talking about it.
It is kind of crazy, the Diddy stuff. Sorry, Clint, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, that's because it's like Mace was rapping for Diddy, and then all of a sudden Mace turns into a priest. Yeah,
and
it
so
seems
many
kind of like
rappers.
a weird coincidence that because it seems like Mace was it's definitely bizarre how what if like Biggie was killed in some kind of occult ritual, or like how the mainstream could be delving into the dark side of magic or ritual magic.
Could be.
Tupac was talking a lot about Illuminati. He even came up with his own Kill Illuminati.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of the mainstream stuff seems like it's just there's just too many coincidences for it to not, for these people to not, certain people to not be involved in the occult.
No, they're all involved. They're all involved. It's not to single out like racially, but like there is like the Sabians, the Black Sabians, and like Jay-Z was like, he came up with that guy who got convicted of child trafficking between state lines, who was the leader of the Sabians. There's obviously several, like they call themselves like chemesticists, so they do like a lot of like pseudo Egyptian kind of magic, but it's like very Africana as well, but they mix in like a lot of Prince Hall masonry, Manly P Hall, like a little bit of tantra stuff, and obviously theosophy. So, and they all have intelligence like links, like they're all originated by intelligence, which I always found very interesting. That why are all of these like neo-Luciferian, neo-satanic, or they don't necessarily refer to themselves in that way, but I think it's fair to say that they have that more orientation. Why are they all like originating from this like nebula of theosophy, post-war theosophy, Jack Parsons, Process Church, and like Telema, Church of Satan, Temple of Set? Like it's all interrelated. They're like members are in between and all belonging to multiple groups, and like they're like little splinter cells that go all over and do different kinds of magic and do different kinds of like cults. And like the Moonies, I mean, they were into occult things. I mean, it's so pervasive, like unbelievably pervasive.
You guys heard of the Azalea Banks lady, who she was practicing voodoo in her closet, and the closet was like full of blood stains, and she's like a pop star or something, and she was definitely practicing voodoo. There's pictures all over the net of it.
Somebody told me to Google Azalea Banks witchcraft, so I did, and got some very gross results.
Yeah, that's just the outer core. I mean, that's just the if the outer core is openly doing that type of stuff, what is the inner core doing?
Exactly. All right, thanks, Jen and Clint. We will get back to you guys momentarily. Leo, my God, what do you think of all this Hollywood weirdness?
Well, it would seem to me, growing up in this country, right, what's going on in Hollywood is, I don't want to use trigger words and stuff like that, and be quoted as saying, "Oh, well, he's just trying to one-dimensionalize it." But who runs Hollywood? Who owns the cameras and the property and the studios and whose name's on it is pretty well known, and they don't represent the whole group of people that they're associated with. And the stuff that they're up to, it's pretty much an open book now that, if you want to get hired, this is what you have to do, which is pretty, it's despicable. I understand if you're going to invest in life with somebody, right? Because like if you're going to work at a job with somebody and you're going to be around them all the time, that you're living with these people, your second family or whatever, right? And maybe being part of a film production and a crew and stuff like that is a little bit more involved personally than if you work in a blue collar job, so to speak, because your name and your image and your words and everything that you do there is going to be put on record forever. And also that you got to be able to trust people and stuff like that. So I mean, there's a degree of, are we in the family or not? But also that's not like the determining factor. You can't force people to do things and stuff like that, but they're pretty open. They say that the contracts that they sign, they tell you, look, you're going to have to give up everything that's yours, including your firstborn, if you want to be part of this, and making love to the camera. It means literally, you're going to get, you're going to be sexually aroused. It's a sex magic ritual where your sex chakra, your sacral chakra is open and everything. And you're going to make love to that camera and the audience the same way you would a person. So you get that energy and that vibe coming out of you and that essence in the product, right? So it's you're getting your hands dirty if you're going to do that. And I'm actually really carried away with a lot of the stuff that they do. And they do a lot of the stuff for lulls and just being malicious to people and stuff like that. And the stuff they do with children and everything is just completely out of line. And that's part of the big war on humanity and spirituality that's going on here, is about how you get these malicious entities into people, right? And through sex magic and through specifically with like young boys and stuff like that. And it's, it shouldn't be done. It's absolutely wrong. We've seen the results of it. It's rape, no matter which way you put it. And it ought not be done.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to wonder what kind of energies are being created from it all. Another person I wanted to ask you about, we kind of got into the David Icke, Alex Jones, and some others. What about Joe Rogan? Like, he's a guy that was immensely popular, 5 years ago, and he still is really popular. A lot of people quote him, and a lot of people care what he has to say about things. His interviews tend to do millions of views. What are your thoughts on Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan, okay, he was a game show host, right? And you remember the stuff that came out of that game show host that they all worked for the CIA, like long ago. This is like 70 years ago now. They revealed that. That's when they hired the game show host, and that's all had the agents all the way up to today with Wayne Brady and Let's Make a Deal, right? That's as far as I know, it's not a sister or clone. That is Michelle Obama, and it's right there in the open. Hey, let's make a deal. It's a blackmail, right? It's a triple pun on what they're actually doing. And Joe Rogan coming through that pipeline and doing what he does, and very controlled, because he doesn't get into the finer details of everything, right? He keeps a lot of it out and alludes to it, and he's big on drug use and selling snake oil, and he has a bit of a a thing about him. I always thought that if I ever ended up talking to Joe Rogan or going on that show, that it would be like within 30 seconds he would lunge over that table and try to attack me or something, because he's just got this thing in him that's very maligned and very, hey, you're not supposed to say that kind of stuff right below the surface. Like, he seems like this open guy, but is right below the surface. Like, you got to understand the way things are done kind of person. But I could be wrong. I've never met him.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. He does seem kind of like that. He'll even really debunk certain things. Like, you kind of wonder like why he would care so much. Like, he was really into proving that the dinosaurs actually existed, and if you don't believe in dinosaurs, you're an idiot. And then he brings this paleontologist on who's just gonna put everybody in their place. He's gonna explain how dumb everybody, or not everybody, but these people are for saying there's no dinosaurs. And this paleontologist comes on. It was like one of the worst interviews I've ever heard. He did not do a good job of debunking any of these no dinosaur theories. If anything, after watching that, I became even more convinced that there's a good possibility that dinosaurs didn't exist or were something else.
There's a clip of Rogan saying that if he was doing an interview with somebody, he looked at the camera and he said, look, if the government, the CIA wants to show me what real aliens are, I will lie to my mother. I have no problem with that. I will do it. I'm your guy. There's a clip of him. You can go on YouTube and see it, So after you put yourself out there like that, then, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. And that's interesting what you said about game show hosts and Wayne Brady. Like, that guy used to be all over the place, and he just kind of faded into obscurity. I don't even think I would recognize him at this point if he popped up on something. But there was a time when he was the man. He was the center of attention, and then fast forward 5-10 years, and who's Wayne Brady?
Yeah. Well, remember Dave Chappelle said, why do they make black men wear dresses in Hollywood? Why do they do that? Right. And he never finished the sentence. He gave you the question as to why would they do that. Right. And you think, okay, well, it's to demasculate them and to make them seem feminine. Right. And to take away some of their leadership qualities. Oh, that's one thing. But the other thing is these motherfuckers like to put on those latex masks that they use in the movies and do it more realistically and go play politicians in Washington, D.C. So people got a lot to learn about how this shit works, the meshing between Hollywood and politics and who these people are, these personalities that you see on TV and what's really going on, that they're just playing a big show on the stage and stuff like that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. That whole, that Super Bowl performance, they were always looking for little clues and symbology and stuff like that. And then, like, the day after the Super Bowl, they release a video and ushers, like, it's some kind of pre-Super Bowl ceremony, and he's wearing a dress, plain for everybody to see. He's standing there in a fucking dress after, we hear all these accusations of them putting dresses on black men. Here we are, the biggest stage, the biggest show of all time. Nobody has watched any event as much as they watched this last Super Bowl. And he's standing there in a fucking dress. Like, holy shit, what better confirmation could we all possibly have than that right there? That is, oh my God. I don't know whether to feel sorry for him or disgusted with him or what, but they seem to be really into humiliating black people in particular. They seem to have a real hard on for black people.
Yeah, like there's not many rich black women, right? Like, how many rich black women are there? There's Oprah, and who else? Right?
Gail.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't want power in that direction. They don't want to give it there because that would create more empowered black men as well. So it's just so ridiculous.
Absolutely. Kind of moving on from the world of celebrities. Lleo, would you consider yourself to be a Christian?
You there?
Yeah, you just froze up for a second. Would you consider yourself to be a Christian?
I don't like labels. I mean, Christ is great. The idea of man and God and Jesus Christopher and all that stuff is great. You know, if you ask a Jew who Jesus was, they'll tell you that Yahshua ben Yosef was a person, but they'll tell you that he was like Chris Angel or David Copperfield. He was a stage musician. And whether or not that's true, I don't know. The facts that I have would go to cosmology and astrology and being the great year of the sun, the precession of the equinoxes, that when the sun left Aries, which was Moses with the ram's horn, and moved into Pisces, it moved into the deacon that's governed by Pluto or Hades, right? And that would be Christ of the underworld, you know, died on a cross, sent to the underworld, resurrected. And then the next deacon was the moon, which is Muhammad and Allah, which is why mosques all have the crescents on the top. And the position of Mecca on the planet in Saudi Arabia, if you do that as above so below with the constellations over the planet, is under the constellation of Cancer, which is governed by the moon, right? And now we're moving into the end of the third deacon of Pisces, which is governed by Neptune, which is a governor of the whole sign, which is Poseidon, which is the Trident, right? So we had the Bible, and now we're having the tribal leader, right? And they're doing that in the open with entertainment performers and the redoing the Roman Empire and stuff like that. If you go look.
Are you talking about Roman Reigns, the tribal chief?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a mark. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah, because like
I know nothing.
I mean, the tribal chief, and somebody was trying to tell me that before. They were like, "Yeah, wrestling is just all Illuminati. Look at Roman Reigns. They're telling you that Rome still reigns to this day." I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But you're a wrestling fan, right?
I grew up watching WWF, WWE, and my father used to take me to events and stuff like that. I went to the original ECW stuff in South Florida, and I got to be part of that. And I'm very grateful that I was there in that audience. That was so fantastic in terms of being part of the crowd and seeing shows and performances and stuff. So yeah, I know what goes on without ever being in the business and being smart to it. I know what goes on. Yeah.
So you saw Taz and guys like that out there.
Oh yeah, Taz and Eddie Guerrero and Dean Malenko, Chris Benoit, when they were all coming up and stuff like that. I was actually at the show where Taz broke his neck with Too Cold Scorpio, and he was in a tag team match. It was crazy. There's some real good stuff with Raven and Tommy Dreamer and Sandman and stuff. The Pitbulls.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that the whole like Stone Cold Steve Austin thing that was kind of inspired by the Sandman because he would come out, he'd chug beers, beat the shit out of people, and then chug beers.
Yep. Yeah, before he got to the ring, he was already busted open and covered with beer, and he'd be smoking a cigarette on the way in, and it's just so wild. It was like it's like this guy's insane, right? Having an athletic competition, this guy just didn't give a fuck, and he'd wrap himself up in barbed wire with Sabu, and just have these amazing matches, and the crowd was totally into it, and it just really phenomenal stuff.
What are your all-time favorite wrestlers?
Oh, I wouldn't even be able to say. I mean, the ECW guys, Sabu is one of the greatest. I mean, he started it before the ECW chants. It was Sabu, 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 right? And that dude is just on another level of performing and going out there and doing that. I mean, you can say what you want about it. Like a lot of the people that are in the WWE and stuff, they look down on the hardcore stuff and whatever. And I get why they do that, but at the same time, it's about performance. It's about putting your body through trials and giving people their money's worth and having a good time. Regardless of whatever else could be done with saying that it's in a squared circle and it's a masquerade and all this kind of stuff. You can go there and enjoy that, and it's very fulfilling. It's like I always look at it like having a controlled fight, right? Like, there's going to be a fight every week. No matter what you do, no matter where you go, someone's going to fight. Well, why not dress it up and have it controlled to where everybody gets to go home with their families, right? Isn't that a good thing that it looks good and everybody has a good time and nobody's really killing each other? Like, I always thought like that.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like I've always felt it was an amazing art form. Like in the Japanese and Mexicans, they look at pro wrestling more like an art form, as opposed to the sideshow that Americans kind of see it as. And I think that's a lot better way of looking at it personally. But Leo, we're kind of getting into Christianity and stuff like that. I've heard that the Bible has a code in it. What do you think of that?
Like, all right. Well, the Bible was written, okay, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, right? They're written in Hebrew and Aramaic, Greek, right? And those languages don't translate to Latin in English, right? So you got to start there if you want to know what's going on with it, right? So you take from the English translations what you can, and you look at the real level of where it comes from with the Torah and the Talmud, the Tanakh, and the Old Testament and stuff like that. And you realize that Hebrew is a four-dimensional language, so to speak. And that goes to the law of quadrivium, where if something exists in the world, it has a physical form, right? So it has a shape. Therefore, it can be expressed in numbers. It has a sound, a vibration, and it has a color and a light code to it. So if you put that into every letter of the Hebrew alphabet and every word and sentence and so on, then you're looking at a four-dimensional text and not just what looks like a history book and a fairy tale in linear fashion when it's put into like the King James version. So if you approach it that way and you look at that and you look at how it's been used over time, that you can find much more substance and value in it than you would find in a pedestrian type of conversation or what you usually see in the mass-produced, even independently mass-produced videos, documentaries, and stuff like that are very misleading. And people want to talk about the subject, and they want to open the subject, they really don't know what they're talking about, and they get involved and they start saying things that they don't know, and it turns into a history lesson, and it's not really a history lesson. The Jews will tell you that the Torah is not a history book, and it was never meant to be a history book. Now, whether or not there are elements of history in it or cultural specific events with Judaism that echo and as above so below, as within so without, go learn it completely. I do not know Hebrew completely. Nobody knows ancient Hebrew, right? So you kind of go with it and take what you can and learn yourself and figure out what's going on. I mean, linguistically speaking, I mean, the Bible is a book about angels, right? And A-N-G means bull, like ox, like L, right?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So A-N-G, E-N-G, I-N-G, whatever you want, vowel you want to put in there. Ang means bull. So, and L means bull. So an angel is like two bulls, right? And two bulls would be like two sine waves, right? And it said that we're born into sin. Well, we're born into sign, right? Zodiac sign, because the zodiac is the Mazzaroth, right? Like in Ezekiel's wheel. So we're born into sin. We're born into linear timelines, right? And we have to deal with that energy while we're here. So you said the Bible is a book of angels that are parables, right? Which then again, you have two bulls, pair of bulls, two bulls that are parallel, pair of L, two L's, two bulls to the truth, which is why it's called the Bible. Two bulls.
Man, that is a trip. I love that. The buy balls, buy bulls.
Yeah.
Man.
So, yeah, the 11s, right? Which is the dot. That's the knowledge Sephiroth, which doesn't exist, right? It's the abyss, right? That knowledge says there's just no ledge. There's nothing there. So the Bible in itself is, not to make a joke, but could be considered bullshit because it's not application. The first word in the Hebrew of the Old Testament is what? Bear shit, right? It is the first word. So you can have puns and make fun of that all you want. But berished, I'm going to say it wrong because somebody's going to go, oh, that's not the word. It's not the word. But it's bear shit. If you look it up, it's bear shit. But and that goes into a hidden level of geometry, sacred geometry, and physics that people don't know. Like if you have two lines that are parallel to each other, they don't intersect, right? It doesn't exist. L even, right, is two bulls. L even, 11, right, doesn't exist. So it might as well be 12, right? Two L's, 12, two bulls. Again, it's hidden in the language, which goes to why 13 is hidden and, supposedly a bad luck number and has to do with non-existence because it's the first step into negative space, right? You take.
I've heard. Not to interrupt this, but I've heard that somebody told me long ago that it's language that forms the prison.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't think of the word at the moment. There's something to do with the language going into our chakras and encoding it. It keeps us within the world of the language and it controls our thoughts because our thoughts are only as good as our language, right? So if you don't understand, if you don't think in terms of geometry or other languages or without language and images and stuff like that, then you're just limiting yourself to whatever is in the lexicon of like English language, right? So studying and looking at the images and drawing the images of sacred geometry is one of the ways that will activate your brain and seeing how the lines interact and just doing that, just looking at the images and then drawing them and stuff like that, you will reach, your brain will start, you'll hear cracks and pops in your skull. I'm not even kidding. And you'll start to access different thoughts and different realities and see how things connect.
Dr. Robert. Paige and Dr. Robert.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, how are you doing?
Groovy, man. I'm hanging in there, just chilling, having a good time listening. Can you guys hear me well?
I can hear you.
Excellent.
Oh, groovy, man. Yeah, just checking it out. How you doing, sir?
What's up, Dr. Robert?
I'm chilling, man. So you say you studied the Kabbalah?
Yeah, all the time. It's a lifelong thing, right?
Oh, I can dig it, man. I can dig it now because I have a question about it.
All right.
Now, is it true that the Kabbalah teaches that angels exist in every molecule, every thought, every breath? They kind of teach that the world is made up of billions of angels.
Sure, because the angels are angles of light. It's just play on the words. You
say angles of light?
Yeah. It's all goes back to the phonetics because the language goes back to the Canaanite Phoenicians, right? And that's where you got to go. Hooked on phonics, right? Because the phonics, the sound of the word is most important, more than the lettering and how it's put into any language. If you go back to the sound, that is the core of what's going on. So yeah, there's angels of light in everything, in every cell, on every layer of existence, whether they're nanoparticles, microscopic, or macrocosmic, like the stars in the sun. Absolutely.
Yeah, I get, because that's my understanding of Kabbalah, basically. That everything in the universe, happens because of angelic intervention, right?
Right. That's what thoughts are, right?
Yeah, because that's essentially what Jacob's ladder represents, right? Like he sees all these angels going up and down the ladder, and it kind of demonstrates, right, that the angels are kind of like doing everything in existence. They're like Santa's little helpers. Like
right.
We're not beating our heart because the angels are beating our heart. It's the angels that are making our hair grow. It's the angels that's making it, possible for us to see, right?
Right. Absolutely. Now, if we can be the source of our own, that's a whole different level. You know?
Yeah. So angels are kind of like the energizer batteries of the universe, huh?
Sure, absolutely.
True,
And I mean,
man.
angels, as above is so below. I mean, angels are would be the benevolent ones, and demons are the selfish ones, right?
Well, or you remember cartoons, right? Where you have when you just about when you're faced with temptation, you have two angels, right? You have one angel on your left and one angel on your right, right? And those are two choices, basically, right? So you can make a choice that's aligned with God, and you can make a choice that's kind of like not aligned with God, basically, right? But they're both angels, basically. And depending on the choice you make, right, depends on the type of energetic karma you get. So is the karma coming more from like some might call it antimatter? I'm just using that for lack of a better word. Like this anti-essence that we are versus like this pro-essence that we are, basically. Does that sound about right, or do I sound crazy? Because I can sound crazy sometimes.
No, it sounds exactly on. You know what you're talking about. I wouldn't disagree.
You want to add to that or anything? Because I'm just like,
well, which part? I mean,
the way they explained it to me, basically, I mean, like when I say everything, I mean every fucking thing, right? You bite your tongue, an angel fucking did it, right? You stub your toe, a fucking angel is responsible for, right? You step on the gas, you know what I mean? And you accidentally hit a car, that's angelic intervention. It's all angelic intervention, right?
It can be, but you also have free will. So if that goes into focusing your thoughts and clearing your mind up, because they can intervene, and maybe sometimes they can intervene over free will. Not supposed to, right? They could influence, they could push, but you can always push back because they can get rid of your own will. If you want to be, quote, asleep at the wheel, right? And let them push you around, then you can do that. But you're still responsible for your actions in this world. So
or maybe you're responsible for your actions in the last world you're in. So the last world, all the choices you made in your previous life before you incarnated in this life is responsible for all the choices and decisions you make in this life. Because that's how karma works, basically.
Well, pretty much. I mean, the karma coming into this world, I mean, that goes into Saturn orbits and stuff like that, right? Like,
yeah, it's just cause and effect, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't breathe here without taking a karma. You exist here, you're going to be taking a karma. So what you do with it is the question.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying, basically. But karma also like dictates our next life, right? So like whatever I do here, right? If you believe in reincarnation, right? I'm assuming we believe in reincarnation. And you take this life here, right? And all the bad shit I do in this life, right, is going to determine the set of choices I decide in the next life, right? To trigger the type of karma that's required, right? To restore the balance I disturbed with my actions in the previous life, right? Or am I understanding correctly?
Like you're planting seeds with everything you do. You're constantly, you make choices, and whatever the choice is, big or small, you're planting a seed, and you want to grow it. This way, staying away from malicious acts is a good thing, and not having bad intent. And that's not to say good intentions don't pave the road to hell, so to speak, right? Because you could have great intentions, but the outcome could be bad. But if your intentions are well, and you learn from the results, and you keep moving forward and everything, then you're creating your own reality to the best degree you can, and you're putting forward your will and not being led around by the currents. Like astrology, the interactions and the aspects between the lights hitting the stars and the spheres in the sky to the earth, light geometry, if you want to call it, are like the currents in a river, right? And if you're on a boat in a river, if you're swimming in a river, it'll direct the currents in the water, but it doesn't make you swim. It doesn't make your boat float.
I get where it's coming from, but it definitely significantly impacts the way your boat floats.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because when you talk about karma, right? You will also have to factor in, like, we come into this world, right? Like, we all have certain urges and predispositions, right? So you have certain urges that are stronger than certain urges because that's the result of your karma, right? So you have this irresistible force pulling on you, you know, whether it be like the love of money or the love of sex, right? So you have a girl who's in love with money, right? And and you know what I mean? And she needs all this outside validation, right? Right. So then that karma might pull her into a life of like prostitution or adult entertainment per se, right? But I'm saying basically like although we might have choices, right? The more free will, the more karmic mistakes we make, the more free will we lose. Does that make any sense?
Sure, right. If you get involved in that, it's more time catching up. It's like you're running a business. You make a mistake, you spend all your time trying to clean up the mistake and not moving forward. So there is a lot of that involved. And
I've always wondered if that has to do with the pedophilia. Like we're in a video game, and these fucking elite Illuminati Satanist people are trying to get people to get into this pedophilia stuff. And if you do, you are dooming yourself to reincarnating here like another 50 times at least.
Something like that.
You know, yeah. About that too, Dan, that you bring that up. We also have to keep in mind when you understand hypnosis, right? That the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference, right? So when they get you involved in a magic ritual, whether you're not into pedophilia, right? But they tell you it's just a magic ritual and kind of visualize yourself doing these things, right? Over time, right? You're manifesting a reality, right? To where either you're reincarnated or in this reality, right? You might kind of sort of trigger or invoke certain urges in yourself that might make you walk upon that path, or at least try it, basically. Because you're literally telling your subconscious mind that this is what you want. That coupled with drugs, when you get to like these magic rituals and these cults, because they all take kind of like these weird concoctions, these weird elixirs. In fact, that's what Jack Parsons' job was. Because remember, he was a chemist, right? Because he's the one who created like this special jet fuel, right? That wouldn't harm like rocket ships. So he was also making these kind of hallucinogenic drugs. So you got these drugs, then you have sex, right? And sex does what? It makes you relax, right? A huge component of being hypnotized is relaxation, right?
Yeah, it's kind of an explosion too, right? like rocket combustion.
You have all these things going on, right? Which make you more susceptible to suggestion. And that suggestion, right, is the vehicle in which a dark magician, right, can twist an individual's soul, just like demons do. If that makes any sense. But it's interesting
that it does.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. We will get back to you momentarily. Jin, are you still there?
I'm still there, guys. Good job, Leo. And yeah, you know, Dr. Robert is really good at Kabbalah. I totally forgot. He always is like crazy smart, but you kept up with him 100%, Leo. So hats off to you, because he's a smart dude, and he can be rather challenging in the best of ways. So
he's great.
Yeah, he's a very smart person, as are you. And I love how the conversation has flowed, and I think it's like been very fascinating. And I mean, it's funny how every time that I come on, Dan, you guys always end up talking about some kind of Asian esoteric topic like karma or dharma or like all those things, and I always feel like, well, you guys have done such a good job. I don't even have anything really to add. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's everybody, I mean, Leo described it, Dr. Robert described it, and it's important that they have the dialogue too. Because if you read like the esoteric Buddhist texts or the esoteric Indian, like Hindu texts, it's always a dialogue. It's always a dialogue between like the father god and the mother god, having sitting in the cremation ground, having a dialogue. So that's why I always say it's like knowledge is always produced in synthesis. It's always the dialogue that makes magic. The dialogue is what makes knowledge. So yeah, anyways, that's all I had. So I just, props to both of you.
Awesome. Thank you, Jin. I have to agree with that. Like, we can sit here and talk about many topics and go on these monologues and stuff like that. But until we have the dialogue, things don't really get fleshed out. There's a certain power in that. Leo, I did want to ask you your thoughts on the Vatican. What do you think of the Vatican in general? Is this a evil organization? Is this are these people tied to these Zionists we talked about earlier?
The Vatican, who the fuck is this guy to say that God talks to him and nobody else? That's the first thing that strikes me, right? And he drives around in that bulletproof little bubble. That's not faith. That's fear. It seems very suspicious that they build a necropolis below there, and they supposedly have all this hidden knowledge they don't give the people. It's like a mafia, the religious mafia in the world that wants to have power and all this. Now, the links to their power, I've heard different kinds of things. I mean, have you seen the stage where they have in the Vatican? It looks like a big serpent head with the eyes and everything, and they go on there and Pope pontificates whatever the hell he's talking about.
That whole thing's freaky. They also have a room that looks like a giant. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Like it looks like a giant snake head or something like that.
Yeah, but that it looks like a wood lattice behind it. That's very creepy.
And there's that statue where it's like it's made out of wood, and the guy's like, people say it's Lucifer. There's like a crazy looking guy just like hanging out in all these sticks.
Yeah, that seems like very showboating. Like, it seems like, I mean, I'm not a Star Wars person, but it looks like the Dark Siths from Star Wars. That's their hangout, right? I have no idea what they think they're doing there or what they're trying to accomplish, more than just personal power. It's pretty awful. It probably should be done away with, in my opinion.
We do have a newer panel member, or a brand new panel member. Her name is Bia. Bia, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Am I saying your name right, Bia?
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
Welcome to the show. Have you been listening to the interview?
Yeah, I've been listening. I've been following, yeah.
Any thoughts for Leo?
Hi, Bia.
Hi. Yeah, I just thought I did ask earlier in the private chat about well, we've come back to the subject anyway, which is about the Vatican, but about the Roman Empire. And I think one of the things that struck me when I was living in Italy, I lived in Italy for 2 years, was, I think the thing that I'm kind of interested in was this sort of ritualistic sort of grooming of children. Yeah, so I think it's somebody maybe did mention pedophilia earlier, and I think it's I think childhood is probably an interesting time to discuss, or a period of someone's life or development, and yeah, I think that's something that maybe we can start talking about, maybe in the context of I don't know,
Yeah.
this is obviously a big topic, but if you can, maybe Leo can say something, because you did mention something about the Roman Empire earlier, but not much more. I think you just touched on the topic.
Right. Well, in the what's currently occulted in the dark, what's so-called dark magic kind of things, the idea is they want to get entities from outside the solar system into the solar system via vessels, which are human beings, right?
Yeah.
So they hold these ritual sex magic things at certain times and places and everything to get these what they would call trans-Plutonian entities and bring them into people. And it's not only children. It's, the old sayings about, well, say old sayings because that's what you hear in context, but the about virgins and stuff like that. And putting them in vessels that are ripe, so to speak, and then having the entities exist in them. And those entities, for the most part, they're not bound to the laws of light and the sun and the Christian God, so to speak, because they're not from here. So on one hand, you could look at it like, since Pluto, Hades, all this and that, bringing in demon souls from hell to exist in this plane. Well, does it give them an opportunity at redemption, right? And even if it does, they're using it to build armies that are malicious.
Yeah.
And they want to merge the dimensions, and they want to take over this place. They want it to be theirs. It's not a benevolent thing they're doing, because if they wanted to bring these entities in benevolently, you don't do it through sexual abuse of children and aversion and stuff like that. It's not right.
So you mentioned the constellation, and that we're moving into what was it, the constellation that we're moving into? Which one was it?
That we're in the third decan of Pisces, going into the age of Aquarius.
Okay, the age of Aquarius. And where is the point on the Earth? Where is that? The Vatican? Did you say that it's related to, or?
Well, I was talking before about Israel and the point of the heart with the eclipse coming up. The Vatican, off the top of my head, I don't know what Earth chakra that is connected to and how that's related. The constellation of Pisces is in the South Pacific, kind of near the islands of Samoa and New Zealand and stuff like that.
And Mecca is which constellation?
Cancer, governed by the moon.
Okay. Because
I have a few graphics. I'll put these on Twitter or X after the voice chat.
Okay, because I'm kind of interested in which sorry, I'm not so familiar with astronomy. That's astronomy, right? But I was just curious about which sort of age we're moving into, and where the geographic pinpoint is. And you said it was Israel, or that we're in.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, they lie so much about space and what's going on out there that it's hard to get any kind of grasp of what's actually going on. Now, I don't know if anyone has the 100% of what's going on. I don't know that. I don't have that level of information inside of me or been privy to it or whatever. My best thought is that what we're in resembles something like a spinning top or a dreidel or something. And if you look at the stars in the constellations, and you start at the North Star, that's part of Ursa Minor, and aligns with Ursa Major, you see order there, because the North Star doesn't move, and it spins around, right? And those patterns in those stars, they fractal out to one another. And it's within harmonies and synchronization is within musical harmonies, that there's a point and then two, and then which would be three, and then a 90-degree dimensional change into the ecliptic, and the 88 constellations, and then the ecliptic, on how that would work and put us here. And then it comes into the debate of what is the Earth really? Because they used to say the Earth was the center of the universe, and then they say, well, no, it's a heliocentric universe, that we're orbiting the sun and the Earth is a planet. And that's observable, because you can see that Mercury and Venus are between the Earth and the sun, and you can see the other planets are not, and you can go from there for a point of reference. But in terms of getting into a conversation or discussion about the shape of the Earth, the Earth, I kind of want to stay away from that, because all the data and math and information and practical application says that it's spherical. Now, it might not be perfectly round. It might not be the shape that they've told us, but seeing it as a disc, I have no evidence of that, and it can be very easily debunked and thrown out, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where are you calling from, Bia?
Actually, I'm in Istanbul at the moment, but I'm from London.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you for joining us. Did you have any more questions or comments to our guest today?
No, I'm just enjoying listening, but have a lot of thoughts, but that are not already. I haven't managed to like properly like connect all of them, but I do have a lot of interest in the unseen, or magic or dark magic. I mean, my family, I'm from East India, so Bengal, and yeah, apparently my granddad was a some sort of healer on my mom's side, so there's something there, and I've also I've traveled quite a lot, and I've seen a lot, and I've somehow always managed to end up in contact with the occult, basically. So yeah, so it's just something that I tried. It's not like it's something that you can plan, but it's I do have quite a lot of insight into how the occult works, and numerology and other things like that. And I studied ancient literature, so I studied like very old, some of the oldest literature, like Hittite and Akkadian literature, and so sort of like got a lot of history there as well. But and I do write, and I have done podcasts and things, but I think I think just trying to articulate these things sometimes is not so in a thread is not always easy, because there's so many topics, like childhood, or abuse, or like dark magic, or
Getting
numbers,
back into that a little bit. You were talking about these pedophilia people and stuff like that. One interesting thing about it is that the victims of one generation, they seem to be the handlers of the next generation. Like they literally grow up to be the ones that are hurting and abducting the kids, which is incredibly disturbing that they would go
Yeah.
through that. And then
I mean,
it's almost
I think this has a lot to do with that's why I was mentioning the Roman Empire, because when I was living in Italy, I was actually in very close contact with people who are trying to re-establish the Roman Empire, like, really the old military fascist Nazi families, and their whole thing is to they take hold of their children from a young age, and it's getting to a point now where I think it's very dangerous, because they have a grasp on the legal systems, basically, like what governs us legally speaking. So what dictates what we can do, what we can't do, who's above the law, who's who has to abide by the law. But they are above the law, and they kind of play God, essentially, and that's a lot to do with like the fascist ideology ultimately.
And back then they were, they kind of had a different attitude about pedophilia. They call it pederasty, and it's my understanding that the god Jupiter or Zeus was actually a pederast himself. He there's a story of him turning into an eagle and swooping up a young boy, and then he became like his cupbearer, something like that. And the whole idea was Zeus was like in love with this little boy, as horrifying as that sounds to our modern ears. But there seems to be a connection there as well.
Yeah, and I think that there's also connections between like the divine feminine and the divine masculine, and how that's been interfered with a lot, because these rituals are not only enacted like by men, it's also by women. So it's sort of, there's been this sort of intergenerational thing. But if the firstborn is a woman, then she will be the one that will carry on the practice, let's say. So
Yeah, that's
because
pretty interesting.
because these families, they run in sort of like, it's a lot to do with hereditary, it's a lot to do with inheritance, it's a lot to do with property, it's a lot to do with the law. They're probably the three areas that, like, the law and property is an interesting area to look at as well.
I'm also really fascinated by the transition from the Roman Empire into the Byzantine or Holy Roman Empire. It seems that the same families held on to a lot of their wealth and power even after Rome kind of fell, so to speak. And it's my understanding even today that what we think of as these Illuminati families, these elite families, they go back to Roman emperors like I Claudius. A lot of them have his blood in them.
Yeah, and they're very, they're very obsessed with that. But the thing is, when there are not many of these families left, actually, it becomes quite, you could say, incestuous, and very strange, actually. So yeah, very, very strange.
Absolutely. Clint, any thoughts on all this Roman stuff, Holy Empire?
Yeah, I think the Roman Empires, it never really died. It made layers of itself to keep the public from knowing that it was controlling the whole world, and that that's why all these people in all these high up positions are all Knights of Malta and fucking like the old prime minister of England was Knights of Malta. So was the old head of the CIA, and that the I can't remember his name, but it seems like I believe what Jordan Maxwell says about that wall, where it's not actually Solomon's temple wall, but it's a wall of an old Roman temple, and they're praying to the wall and putting their head to it because of some kind of sex cult, and that's why they're bumping their head against it, because Jordan Maxwell implies that they're giving it head. I mean, that's a long subject, but
that kind of sounds like rams, like butting their heads against each other too.
Well, it's like they all, because everybody wonders why are they all wearing a yarmulke, and it's not because they're Jewish; it's because it's Roman, and that it's like how they always do this ceremony too, where it's really bizarre. I don't know if you've seen it, but I got pictures of it, and it's like this weird sharp altar with these like a spiky altar, and every few years or so, I don't know if it's yearly or every few years, but one of our American leaders goes there and burns this reef in a ceremony, and that the reef, it's all very symbolic, and it reeks of ritual magic. And
Where exactly is that?
It's in Israel. They go there and they burn this reef, and I feel like if Jewish so the shrine, the altar that they burn the reef at, it's like it looks like something you'd see it from like the Saruman Lord of the Rings type of stuff, like in that. I feel like if they were to build an altar for Jewish people that died in the Holocaust, why would they build this weird spiky altar like that? It's bizarre. It could only be explained by them possibly being occultists all the way to the highest echelon of societies.
Well, Turin, where I was actually, is I don't know if you guys know about the two triangles of light magic and dark magic. So they intersect in Turin. So there's like 3 points of each triangle, and I think the dark magic is London, somewhere in the States, and Turin. And then there's Turin, Prague, and one other city. But Turin is basically where light magic and dark magic intersect. And I can tell you for sure that that city is I don't know, it's got a lot of, I lived there for 2 years and there's just so much going on there. Like that is kind of like where I felt anyway, where I had a choice. I could have, it was like a split in the road, and I had the option of becoming part of the dark or part of the light, and it was in that city that I experienced that. So I would really
I've never heard that before. That's fascinating. The whole
yeah,
idea.
really look up Turin. Turin is a really interesting city because that was actually the original capital of United Italy. So that was where the constitution was formed.
And Jin, you had a question for Bia?
No, I was just thinking because we have been referring to Israel so much and like who they really are. And I think this is a perennial question on this show and many others at this point. But I thought it was interesting because Bia mentioned that she has a Bengali background. Well, the word Bengal means skull cap, and Hindus also wear a red string called the kalava. So just think that's interesting in context to like who are they? Like in my opinion, there are multiple theys, there are multiple ethnicities, there are multiple sort of lineage holders maybe, and different koans or priests or koans as we'd say in Tibetan. So I think that's very interesting. The overlap is incredibly similar. Jyotish and matches very well the Yetziratic astrology, which is the secret astrology of the Kabbalah. It's not the external, what people know as the Kabbalistic astrology. So there's just, in my opinion, there's just so much overlap. I think I always say that. It's like I do believe in like an eternalist system or a axial kind of system, and I'm very inspired by Karl Jaspers, the German Tibetologist. So yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I think that there's multiple people vying for power. There's multiple pinpoints. Like I know Bia asked Leo about where he pinpoints it, and I just think there are multiple pinpoints, but I do think we're looking at a North America, in my opinion. I think it's somewhere in North America. But yeah, that's all I have.
You could look at I think it's San Francisco. So you could the one of the points of the dark triangle. So it could be. I mean, a lot of technology comes from that part of the world. I think.
A lot of magic practitioners in San Francisco too. Like there was a whole war between witches back in the 60s and 70s, or 60s or 70s. What was that, Dr. Robert? Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm saying like San Francisco's pretty trippy, man. She says that, man, because I lived out there for a while. I went to Berkeley and shit like that. But like the Zodiac Killer, San Francisco, right? Birth of the Black Panther Party in Oakland.
Hate Ashbury.
Yeah.
What if we're looking at a large triangle that is like trans-Pacific? Because there's an idea that maybe Taiwan is one of the markers, because they only make the chips in Taiwan. Taiwan has a 5-point a 5-point volcano system. It looks like a pentagram if you draw it. Like you can draw a pentagram over their volcanoes. They only manufacture the chips there. They manufacture the chips on Dutch machines, like the Dutch like the Dutch East India Corporation. I just think that's very interesting. And then we could also look, and maybe there is another. Well, there's an idea also, like Javanese people do believe that Indonesia was the sort of the top of the tree, or like a branch that was significant, and it submerged sometime in the 700s, because there's no Indonesian history pre-700 other than Chinese travelogues. So that's also very interesting. And it's an active volcano system. They're building a new capital city right now, on this totally snake infested island. I just think that's really interesting. So I think maybe San Francisco. I think it could be then we want somewhere northern, maybe northern Eastern Asia, like Korea, maybe somewhere in Japan, and then we go all the way down south. But it would obviously have to transect Taiwan. So
you also have Los Angeles and New York, which are epicenters of evil, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. I think they're
Yeah.
definitely practicing geomancy. I mean, what was that? Scott Onslaught and that Secrets in Plain Sight video. He heavily documents stuff that is obviously built on ley lines and involves geomancy, and that I think there is like a weird system that's hidden from the modern world that, you know, where they're building certain things on certain precise locations. I'm not sure what the reasoning is, but you know, like Dubai and all these other major cities that seem to spring up for no reason, and that, you know, don't have like a geographical logical reason to even be there. I don't know if you guys noticed the same thing.
Well, Dubai is interesting in particular because why would you put a city there? There's no water. They had to actually build these tunnels in these tubes that cost billions and billions, trillions of dollars just to pull water from the nearby sea and pump them up into the buildings. Because if they don't pump the buildings full of water all the time, they'll just all overheat.
You want to hear something else trippy about San Francisco?
Sure.
If I'm going to interject, well, the Church of Satan was born out there, right? On October 31st, right?
Whoa, the witch's Sabbath.
Yeah, and they need the, like Bia said, they need the energy of the valley. They need that, like, Silicon Valley, like whatever is there. It's like Bia said, they tap into it, and then there's like a network built around there. And Seattle is also interesting. I had a guest on down on my show talk about this, how Seattle is kind of like a mini Japan in a way, because you have like Nintendo and all these like game development corporations in the suburbs. And it is interesting because Tokyo is definitely on a ley line and definitely like right beside an active volcano, which Seattle is sort of also.
Oh, Japan is a very weird motherfucking place. Woo!
Yeah.
Like straight
whole,
death worshippers.
The valley thing you brought up, that's interesting because the druids and the secret societies, they practice certain things in valleys, and that like I'm pretty sure Bohemian Grove is in a valley. And that
you're right, Clint.
San Francisco too. The Bohemian Grove, if I'm not correct, right?
Yes, and you need a mountain.
See?
You need a mountain and a valley to make, like, to do the things, like to do real geomancy. You need a mountain and a valley right beside each other, or like within certain like things. You have to have both right near each other, just like San Francisco.
Yeah, Turin is in the valley.
And then that water too, man, that's like a powerful spiritual conduit, man. San Francisco's practically a goddamn island.
Well, then like
True.
What
Bay
Jordan
Area.
Maxwell says about Hollywood and the holly tree, you can go to all sorts of monuments all around the whole country, and there's holly trees planted around the whole monuments. It's very, very peculiar. It reeks of druidism.
I know Bel Air is actually named after Belial.
That's really interesting. The old sun god.
Yeah, he's in the book of, I think it's called the Book of Amran. That passage, that extra biblical passage where it says, "Oh, I beheld two watchers fighting. One looked like a human, and the other one had the visage of a serpent." And he said his name was Belial.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is a great quote, Dave. Dan, I'm sorry. I can't believe you remember that.
Just something I've thought about a lot, researching reptilians and stuff like that.
Does anybody like know or read on like Carl Jung?
Oh yeah, that's a rabbit hole.
Of course.
Sorry, I don't want to assume anything. I don't want to assume anything. So I just thought I'd ask.
Well, I think a lot of the psychologists and stuff, they refuse to admit the existence of spirits, and that they try to use these wordplay and all this wordage to describe what can simply be defined as just simply spirits that are, it's like people with voices in their heads and stuff. I think there's legitimate spirits that are, playing games with people, and or even people without voices, people that are obsessed with cold modalities such as tattoos or overeating, or anything that you could the abuse of the human body is like in the general form seems to be one of the side products of possible demonic infestation.
Yeah, of course. Of course it is, Clint. Every time you sin, you bring it in. That's
Every
what it
time you
is.
sin, you bring it in.
That's basically it.
Said the gin.
Well, the biblical aspect of sin, I've always, because Jordan Maxwell traces it to the moon, and then there's some weird thing about the. I believe that there's a thing where people somehow they can free themselves of the stars and the moon and sun and so on and so forth. Where I think that the thing the one guy was saying earlier about the zodiac and that the born to the sign of the zodiac or whatnot. I think that through the shamanic initiations, it somehow awakens the person, and that they're no longer controlled by the stars, and that they have a free will because of this awakening ceremony, which is very common in all cultures around the world.
Yeah, of course, Clint. Sorry, Dr. Robin.
I will say this about Jung, though. Jungian psychology works, man. Like, if you understand anything about mind control, like a lot of the mind control, like research is rooted in Jungian psychology, like stereotypes. That's just a Jungian version of the archetype, like the structure of the human personality, psychological determinism, complexes, because they really do what, like when weaponizing the deeply held belief basically is weaponizing the complex, right? The complex is just like an idea that your conscious awareness is obsessed with, right? And that idea just basically just directs all your psychic energy into one direction. And that's exactly what mind control is based on. Like a lot of it is based on like Jungian psychology and the structure of the human psychology and psychic determinism, that we all kind of have like these archetypes. All humans do. The mother, the father, God, the hero, anti-hero. Like you'll see this in every human civilization that hasn't even had contact, when they have myths, they have their heroes, they have their gods, they have a parental structure. I mean, it's just psychic determinism. Go ahead.
If anyone is interested in listening to a podcast about these topics that Dr. Roberts just mentioned, like in more depth, like there's this really good podcast called This Jungian Life. It's available for free, I think, on Spotify. So I really recommend it if you want to all these archetypes basically like that's just been mentioned. Like they kind of like deep dive into it, and then they have a sort of dream analysis at the end, which is quite interesting. So, yeah.
I heard a story a long time ago. It always I always remember it anytime Jung gets brought up. But I guess him and Freud were like friends and kind of competitors, colleagues in a way. And they're having some kind of discussion, and they're arguing obviously because their philosophies are very opposed to each other. And Freud said something, and then Jung said something, and he said something like, "If I'm right, we're gonna hear a knock come from the back room." And at that moment, they heard a knock, and Freud just got freaked the F out. And he was like, "Oh my God, holy shit."
But here's something else funny about Freud and Jung.
Sure.
Because Jung was like Freud's protege, right? Like basically like Jung at one time was Freud's apprentice, right? And then eventually over time he broke away with Freud. Like Otto Rank, like all these guys are like ex-Freudians, right? Who all study under Freud, right? But
sure.
Freud, the edible complex, he kind of viewed Jung as his son, right? So every time Jung would kind of have a different idea, Freud would view it as an attack. And sometimes it would be so traumatizing to Freud, Jung disagreed that Freud would literally faint. Faint.
That's awesome.
I think a lot of the high priests of technology or psychology, high priests of psychology, as I would kind of put it, they haven't had deep shamanic experiences, and I think that a lot of people like refuse to take psychedelics in complete darkness and see the ghosts, and that to see the real proof of the other side and spirits and so on.
They're afraid of it. Unlike me and Daniel, unafraid. Thank you, Clint. Thank you, everybody. We'll get back to you guys in a moment. Leo, had a few more questions for you. I was going to ask you about flat Earth, but you already kind of answered that. It's basically a crock of shit. That's kind of
when it came up immediately, I thought it was a joke, and it seemed like it got kind of hijacked into a psych op, and it became a whole flat Earth society and all this kind of stuff. Everything. I mean, look, if the Earth was flat, look at it this way: somebody would climb up to the highest point on the Earth, or the highest, not necessarily the highest, or make the highest point and build an observatory there, where they could see everything that's going on the Earth over the edge, and that would be what everybody was fighting over, because you would be able to see everything there. But you can't do that. You can't go to the top of Mount Everest or build a tower that tall and see everywhere on the planet Earth, because it is round. So, yeah, that's just one example.
How about Hollow Earth? Is that any more believable to you? The idea that there's cave systems and like a sun in there, and maybe flea stacks and things like that?
I definitely I see everything as a toroid, and the Earth is toroidal, and whether or not the Earth, the physical matter of Earth, caves in at the poles and is hollow in the middle, I don't know. I haven't been there, and I don't trust what people say. I haven't remotely viewed it or anything like that. It seems possible. It seems like the underground tunnels and people living underground, absolutely. That's absolutely going on. That's going on forever. And, whether or not they show where the entrances are or anything, or tell people about it, is a whole different story. But I've definitely seen places and video and stories of people going in and out of mountainsides and stuff like that, and into underground facilities that are vast. And what goes on there, I don't know. Is it like the Garden of Eden or something, or what they say is below the Getty Museum, or a dungeon? I don't know, but it would be good to find out. We could set up a fund and we could go do it ourselves, right?
Yeah, I'm down for it. If I could get some time off and a few $1 billion, that seems to be what's holding a lot of us back from confirming things, like taking that expedition to Antarctica, and proving that you could actually go to the South Pole, or going into the Hollow Earth, stuff like that. I just like a telescope personally, and I want to see Saturn close up and see the rings and all of that. I think that would be pretty badass. Sure. Okay, so we touched on flat Earth, we touched on Hollow Earth. There's another conspiracy, if you want to call it that, that's very popular in the so-called truth community nowadays, and that's this whole idea of ancient civilizations, or specifically Tartaria. Leo, any thoughts on Tartaria or mud floods? Was civilization reset?
It seems like, okay, the Chinese and the Hebrew calendars, they go back about 6,000 years right now, right? So they're claiming that they have 6,000 years of lineage and history and culture. And before that, it seems like there's a big gap, and everything else is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of years ago, right? The Hindu calendar, it very might go to 40,000 BC. I'm not sure about that. I should be, but I'm not. The pyramids and stuff like that. Okay, the pyramids were most likely built using sound and sonic devices, and what they're being used for is kind of like a soul trap or a looshing, as far as I can tell.
Have you ever seen the videos about that guy in Canada, the Hutchinson effect?
I don't think so.
Well, basically, this guy he basically said he's using radio frequencies of some type, and he's making things float like in midair. There's all these videos he made. David Sarita, I think, even went up there and kind of worked with him a little bit and confirmed what was happening. But, anytime I hear about the possibility of the pyramids being built like using ancient technology or sound or something like that, it makes me think of this Hutchinson effect thing. If you get a chance, I'd certainly recommend Googling it, looking it up. But to me, that's like the closest thing I can think of to a technology. It's a little bit different. It's radio frequencies, but it's basically sound in a way. We hear sounds
Right.
through the radio, and the fact that he's able to get this to happen shows that we really know jack shit about what we think of as science, because there's all these occult laws out there that seem to exist, and these ancient peoples knew how to tap into them and get things done without creating a bunch of garbage, basically.
Right. I believe it goes in the laws of geometry that you can build something out of a material that's a certain shape, and it does the function without any energy engine or anything like that. Like supposedly that's how the Syrians go through space. They have ships that are made out of something that are shaped a certain way, and they propel because the beings are in them, and that their will makes it move. But I don't know. That's all hearsay and speculation. So the same thing could go into building the pyramids, that you could take a certain element and craft it in a way that if you hit it with enough electromagnetism, that it would carve rock and move it. Right? I mean, why not?
No, that makes sense to me, because I've heard of stuff like that, like the Vimanas. I'm pretty sure I've seen pictures where the guy was like playing a flute-like type thing, and it was making the Vimana fly, like he was controlling the direction using this musical instrument. And then I've also heard of people with like psychic powers or psychic abilities being abducted by these like secret agencies and being taught to fly UFOs with their mind. Have you ever heard of any of that stuff?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, people that can summon orbs and stuff by doing that. Yeah, some of the MK Ultra stuff goes into that. The people that were put to a lot of electric shock and not, they don't die, but their nervous system is allowed to carry these high amounts of electricity, are able to do some levels of telekinesis and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, dang. That's interesting. Yeah, there was a movie from the 80s, I think it's called Firestarter, about this like little girl that can stare at stuff and make it light on fire.
Yeah.
I found out that's actually real. Like they really had government programs where they'd take these kids and they could like stare at shit and light it on fire, which is terrifying.
Sure. Well, yeah, fire is a tetrahedron, right? It's a basic element. After you get out of solid, gas, and liquid, right? It's a door. And that's why candles are lit and used in rituals and stuff like that. It's it could be the fourth dimension itself, and that's how we perceive it is through flame. And if you're familiar with like Reiki and things like that, where you can get I don't want to use the word charged. You can become part of the current of the Reiki current and stuff like that. That gives you abilities to feel into magnetic fields and stuff like that, and chakras on people. And if you get charged up enough in that, then you could definitely do some flame bending or something.
Yeah, I believe it. Like I've told this story a few times so far on this show, but I met this interesting fellow, and he was a kung fu practitioner. His father was actually learned from a Chinese kung fu sifu who passed this knowledge down certain family lines. But anyways, I digress. He was showing me a really interesting trick, and he had me hold my hand out, and he put his two hands around mine like this, almost like Dragon Ball Z when they're doing the Kamayamas, and
Sure.
he like told me to hold there, and then it's like he scrunched his face up and he was like focusing really hard. It's almost like he was lifting weights or something and just going like this. And then all of a sudden my hand got like hot as hell.
That's
Like somebody
awesome.
was holding a lot. Yeah, it was weird. I was like, oh my God, there's really something here. Like that was chi that I was feeling. And it's not like it was a slight thing. It was overpowering. It was so hot. It was almost like I had to pull my hand away. I mean, it was just there. I could barely stand it. It was kind of like Dune when he sticks his hand in the box and it starts burning and all that. And from that moment forward, I just thought to myself, wow, you know, a lot of people make fun of Kung Fu. They say it's ineffective and there's no such thing as chi and stuff like that. Those people are wrong. You know, this is getting back into those occult laws again. And, you know, stuff like Reiki healing, I admit I used to think it was like a scam, but what do I know, right? Like maybe you can heal people remotely using this energy stuff. I can't really make a judgment like that after having this experience.
Right. So much of it is you think it's crap until you experience it for yourself. You know, I that went for me with astral projection and Kundalini. I thought chakras and all that were a neat idea and they probably existed, but it was more of a imaginary thing, like something that you would apply to it, and it's an idea, or there's some way that in the already available physical science that you could get there. But then you find out, you experience these things and they're real, and you realize that, wait a minute, why isn't I'm obviously not the first person to ever do this? Why isn't this being applied in physical medicine or somewhere? And then you start to realize how bad the corruption is and how the gap of knowledge is and what we're not being told and how awful it is and how bad people are being fucked every day of their lives by these greedy assholes that want to control everything. And it's really awful because it's so brilliant and so simple and right there and easy and accessible once you understand what it is and you know who to go to and you learn about it and how that stuff actually works. And a lot of people think, well, everybody would know that. They think that, well, it would be in a movie, there would be a TV show or something like that. And so what you got to realize is that the people that make those movies and produce all that, you know, if you look at the credits, they all have seals and licenses and stuff on that. And those people work to make sure that certain things are not put in those movies, including pornography, including actual murder, and including this stuff to deal with this technology that's inherent to all of us, and it's magnetic technology. And you have to realize that. And if you think it's crap, you just have to look into it and dive into it yourself and say, I'm going to debunk this, instead of sounding like a know-it-all and being dismissive of people, because there's bullshitters everywhere. No matter what you do in life or where you go, there's people that are full of shit all over the place. So when it comes to terms of things that are currently occult or occulted or what people want to call supernatural, you have to say, well, what are they actually talking about? And is that impossible? And if it were possible, what would be required? And look into all the available things and keep digging and dig past the bullshit and not be afraid to look at some of the people that look like clowns and deceivers and see what they have to say, because you could pick up a vocabulary word or something from a lot of them and never go to them again. But you look up the vocabulary word at a search, and then you find out the people that are actually doing this stuff and find out how that works and get into stuff like astral projection, out-of-body experiences, and, see how bad we're being lied to here.
I'm going to do it. Leo, I'm going to ask you the forbidden question. Are you ready?
Uh-oh.
What do you think about Donald Trump?
Oh, my God. Okay, I am not going to. I don't give a shit about politicians. Donald Trump quit TV and ran for president and pissed off all the right people. If you were there watching it, what happened, and you can like or dislike Trump or think he's part of this or that, or he is part of this or that, one or the other. He quit TV and ran for president, and they didn't want it to happen. And he pissed off all these people. And you got to realize the stuff that he was saying then about draining the swamp and putting people in jail. There was a big public movement behind that. And no matter how much things are controlled, you get a mob of millions of people together behind you. You can make things like that happen. So, in terms of how legit was it, I think until he had that meeting with Obama and came out with the rainbow flag and showed everybody with a smirk on his face, up until that point, he was pretty much going on with what he said to whatever degree. And then at that point, it was made clear to him that you're going to play by the rules here or else. And he went out with the pride flag, and then his presidency was a bunch of charades of, well, I can't do anything because they said that I need to be impeached, so I can't do anything. Like, he couldn't do it while they were impeaching him. You know, it's a bunch of bullshit. So,
you think he's going to win?
I couldn't care less.
Doesn't matter who's president.
Personally, it's a false dichotomy, the red and the blue, and again, it's two reds and the blues painted over the red, and behind the scenes, there's too much invested, and even if he won, so what? Is he going to do the same thing he did before? Is it going to change anything? No, these people aren't going to change their minds. These people in Washington, D.C. aren't going to change their minds and their agenda that's existed as long as the Moloch cults in the Bible. You know, that's what they're a part of, with that Bohemian Grove shit and that cremation of care shit. And that's what they believe in. And that's what they're going to do. They design Washington, D.C. after it. It's in the layouts. It's in the architecture. You know, it's on the dollar bill. That is the way it goes. And if you want away from that, you need to leave the country. You need to find a way to exist here without it, or you need to go deal with those people the way that they want to deal with you. And I'm not suggesting anybody do anything. I'm just saying, you know, figure it out. What is this life worth to you? Is this just a waking dream and some people have too much invested in it? Or is it really important that things work out a certain way here? Or are they even possible to work out a certain way here? Because maybe this place is just always going to be fucked to the left or the right or the middle, whichever way you do it. And there's no way to make it actually better. And this is as good as it gets. I don't know.
Leo, have you ever had any UFO encounters, supernatural experiences, paranormal experiences, anything like that?
In 2012, there's a very shorthand version of this story. I was in Texas, and I asked someone that I know is into the occult to help me out. I couldn't get a way out of there. And I jokingly said, send a UFO after me. You know how to conjure this stuff, right? So do it. And a day later, somebody showed up, and the person didn't know where I was in Texas, a city or county or anything. Just knew I was in Texas. Somebody showed up identifying themselves possibly as a jinn or a spirit with a giant tattoo on them, asking for transportation out of town. And I'm like, that's pretty fucking wild. And I ended up leaving the area. I got dropped off at a library. I went into my go online and let people know I was leaving the area. And it was either I had a 30-mile walk through the desert in Texas ahead of me. And I was trying to get to Asheville, North Carolina. And I sat down the only computer there was, and there was a woman librarian talking to the two women that were sitting next to me, and about going on a trip. And when the librarian left, I said, "Are you guys going on a trip?" And they said, "Yeah, we're going to Asheville or Denver. You want to go?" So life is strange. And when you get into Enochian and stuff like that, and angels and what people can do, until I saw it for myself, then I was very skeptical. But since I can see that can be done, it makes me wonder about a lot of things, how real things are and how much is being manipulated, and what good is it to dabble in that? You know, do you know who Grant Morrison is? Comic book writer, Scottish accent.
I believe so.
The Invisibles.
Oh, the Invisibles. You know, that is a very big name. I'm not super familiar with him, but yeah, I've heard his name. Absolutely.
Sure. He's got a video he did for Disinfo where he talks about using sigil magic and says, well, look, if you want to meet aliens, this is how you do it. And he shows you right there. He says you make a word out and you take the vowels out and use all these consonants and you make up a sigil out of it. And you say the word until it doesn't make sense anymore. And, to go meet aliens, and you go to meet the aliens. And he said those fuckers will show up and you'll have your experience. And
wow.
I've not done that. I've not done that because, I'm smart enough to know that I don't steal lens and I don't know who a number I'm exactly calling when they do that. Maybe you don't come back all the way. So if you want to try it, go play with your Ouija board, have some fun.
Yeah,
again,
I've heard of stuff like that. Like Grant Morrison. Interesting. Yeah, I know there was a book some guy came out with a long time ago that was called like How to Meet the Greys or something like that, where he kind of described how to have a relationship with the gray aliens till they'll abduct you. And I remember thinking at the time, like, who the hell would want that? Like, you get picked up and probed or worse.
Right.
They brainwash you or put an implant in you so they can spy on you all the time. Like, no good could come of that. Don't summon the grays.
Right. You get exposed to radiation or some kind of weird shit or whatever, possessed by some kind of etherical entity that you can't see, that's on you like a urchin or a barnacle or something,
Yeah.
Because you don't know. You don't know. They're obviously smarter than you and more intelligent and more capable. So they could do something like that to you and not even mean you harm. It's just what they do. They could look at you like an animal, like how we put collars on dogs and cats and stuff. They would just see that like putting a collar on you, and they wouldn't think bad of it. And I don't want a fucking collar on me.
Get your hands off me, you damn dirty grays.
Right.
I am not an animal. Leo, have you ever done any psychedelics?
A few. Yeah. The first time I ever got a buzz or anything, I was 17. Somebody gave me some blotter acid in Miami Lakes and took me to a house party. There we had to pay to get in the yard. I don't know who was there, the party was or anything. It's kind of like what you hear about now with these celebrities and stuff like that. But it was a big house, giant pool, a whole bunch of people tripping and stuff like that. And I was there with my girlfriend and two people, her friends, and just hung out in the yard for a while. And I'd never gotten drunk or stoned or anything. And I took all this acid. And so I immediately was like tripping my balls off and trying to understand what reality was and going, oh, see, I knew I was being lied to, that this life was, we're being compartmentalized here because your thoughts start to be, you can make shit happen. You can want to feel a texture in your hands when you're on LSD and you'll feel it in your hands like it's there. You can kind of see it in front of you even. And it's like, right, there is a gray area between us and the external world that we're being blocked from, for better or worse, for this experience of whatever the hell it is. I did mushrooms a couple times and great experiences on mushrooms. I call it like hitting a reset button, a reboot, because you feel good and you go to sleep and you wake up feeling even better. And there's no come down or anything. LSD, you get a real bad come down off of it. And I only did that probably 3 times. I was 17, 20 years old. And I didn't want to do it anymore. Because it's like, you're writing a check every time you do that, for me personally. Maybe other people have a different experience and they can do it 1,000 times. But for me, it was like I came back 99.9%, 98%, so I was like, I see what's there, and that'll help guide my actions from there forward.
Gotcha. What do you think about the idea that we are in the last days? Do you feel that way, or do we need to correct things ourselves and create a better future?
I think we need to create a better future. I've heard that the King James Version is like a land lease for this continent. And that's the story arc and the narrative that they're putting people through. And Revelations, you can see them unfold, especially right now. That is kind of like they're selling you the apocalypse, because if it's the world's going to end, then you're powerless. You can't do anything, and just give up. It doesn't matter, and let them be in charge. We're all going to die anyway. They'll go to hell. But if that's true, then it doesn't matter. So go ahead and do the best you can. And with every action, try to create the universe that you want to live in. And it's not always easy because, you know, I grew up playing video games and stuff like that. I love Mortal Kombat and Grand Theft Auto and all that kind of stuff. And I got to a point in my life where I was doing it a lot, like late teens and stuff. And I was like, you know, I need to get out of this because, one, it doesn't profit me. I don't beat a game and then I get money or the next game or anything like that. And it's not building me anymore in life. And second of all, I'm surrounding myself with these sounds and images of gunshots and blood and screaming all the time. And that goes into your subconscious of what you're experiencing. So if I don't want to be in that, like if I want to be surrounded by, you know, being a heterosexual guy, beautiful women on a beach somewhere drinking pina coladas or something, then I need to go work towards that. And that doesn't involve necessarily being around those kinds of sounds and images all the time. So you got to kind of make a choice when you get older. You can't do so many things at once, right?
Sure. Leo, we are approaching the end of our interview. We've gone over time as usual, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you so much for donating so much of your time. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's not quite over yet. I do want to let you hop up on that soapbox one more time, step behind that podium, sit down in the captain's seat, and say whatever you'd like to say out there to the End of Days audience, the End of Days universe out there. Please go ahead and do so and follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug or promote. Go ahead and do that now.
All right. I'll kind of close out then. Pretty much right now we're 2024 Gregorian, right? And you see what's going on around you and everything. The going by the stars, next year, 365 days from right now, actually, 1 year from right now, March 30th of 2025 is when Neptune enters Aries. And the last time Neptune, with its long orbit of 165 years, entered the sign of Aries was in 1861 on April 12th. And the day of, the next day, evening, night, morning, was when the Civil War started in the United States. So Neptune, again, Poseidon's trident, the tri-bull leader, you can kind of see the division that's being sown here. And do they want a bloody war? Do they want to just kind of control the energy and keep themselves on top with as little bloodshed as possible and keep moving on? I don't know. You know, I don't know what they want. You know, going by the Georgia Guidestones, which were destroyed, which could mean that that was part of the spell to destroy them, right? Because that you're supposed to do with the sigil when you make it is take it, destroy it, throw it away, and forget about it. Or if somebody just destroyed them, it doesn't matter, but was to bring the population down to about 500 million people. Well, do you think you're one of those 500 million people? Do you want to live? Do you want a future? Do you want a family? Right? And if you weren't in the group of people that were building those guidestones, that means that you're not one of those 500 million people, so they don't have your interest in mind. So, you know, don't go there. Don't do that. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Don't listen to the bullshit. You can enjoy the show if it pleases you and learn from it. If they're dropping nuggets and you find that a social currency, you know, cigarettes are social currency. If your music, art is social currency, you want to call it art, fine. Do your thing, whatever. But they're going to be leaning towards that. We got the eclipse coming up on April 8th. That's going to make the crossover Carbondale, Illinois, which has been in all the predictive programming and the media for years and years that they're building up to. And usually things don't happen on the eclipse. It happens after. Like the eclipse happens, like in the movie Apocalypto. The eclipse happens, and then that changes what they're doing. They stop cutting the people's heads off, and they just kill everyone, right? So be selfish without being selfish. Life is a paradox as it is. You know, you got to take care of yourself first and foremost and play the fool. I believe in respecting others. Say respect is earned. Well, a type of respect is earned, but you can respect everything. Respect life, respect animals, respect everyone. And people will show you who they are and if they deserve any further respect and how to deal with them accordingly, you know, and be benevolent and not malicious and don't waste your time with revenge and work together. The last thing they want is any of us working together to be creative and even sustain ourselves on the level of food, or our own forms of art or even entertainment. If you want entertainment, I don't go for things for entertainment. But you get something better out of it, something spiritual out of it, grow. But that's it. Don't even if you don't have to like a person to get along with them and to work with them. Even if you kind of dislike somebody's personality, it's just their personality. If they're smart, or if you see that they're leaning towards the light, you got to appreciate that part of them and try to feed that part of them and work with them. And try to do that. And don't try to fit in somewhere in the society and think you're going to be famous or a rock star, movie star, because that's all closed off. They're all related. They hate you. You'll never make it past being one of their bitches if you're not part of it already. So don't think you will. And do your own thing. Enjoy life. Anything to promote, OneiroReport.com, MainStreamKillaz.com. OneiroReport is kind of like my thought was Drudge Report is the most gone to information site in terms of news in the front line of the data war, right? And it's bullshit. It's total narrative. So what do? You build a competition across the street and you put them out of business, right? But that should be a whole different type of news, because the way they do news every day, constantly updating news, new, that's not always the case. I mean, what are the topics that we need to be addressing that are being addressed? So I put forward a site, OneiroReport.com, where it looks like Drudge Report, but the topics are things that we actually need to address. And those topics will cease to be there once we address those topics, because that's the news. If we're not building in that direction, if we're not making those corrections, then we're just going back in the cycle and we're repeating ourselves. And that's what they want. They want us in hamster wheels and, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and not doing anything on our own, or enjoying each other. Because the most important thing in this life is the connections between us, the immaterial. That's where the creator is supposed to exist. Say God doesn't exist, God is negative space. Well, in between two of us, like it says in the one book, there I am between your midst. So if we're good to each other and we forgive each other and build on our strengths and hide our weaknesses, but always correct each other. I know you're not in public, but let somebody know if they got something on their face in private, and work better. Say, I love you anyway, and move forward, and have everything we want. It's great. So thank you for having me here. Thank you very much, Ann.
Absolutely. Lleo, you have been great. Thank you so much for gracing this program with your presence. You've been an incredible guest, and we'd certainly like to have you again on in the future for a part 2.
Absolutely. Love being here. See ya.
Awesome. Thank you, Lleo. You enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will talk to you again, my friend. That was Lleo Oneiro. Fantastic mind, fantastic guest. Wow. My God. It is that time again where we will be heading down the rabbit hole with the infamous Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, are you there?
Yeah, he is. I'm ready.
Alrighty. Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. Cueing that theme music, throwing up that banner. Here we go, down the rabbit hole with Dr. Robert.
Like always, I would like to begin with prayer. From the beginning of my life, I have been looking for my Red Queen's face. But today, I've seen it. Today, I've seen the charm, the beauty, the unfathomable grace of the face that I was looking for. Today, I have found you. And those who laughed and scorned me yesterday are sorry that they were not looking as I did. I am bewildered by the magnificence of your beauty and wish to see you with 100 eyes. My heart has burned with passion and has searched forever for this wondrous beauty that I now behold. I am ashamed to have to call your beauty human and afraid of to call it divine. Your fragrant breath like the morning breeze, has come to the stillness of the garden. You have breathed new life into me. I have become your sunshine and also your shadow. My soul is screaming in ecstasy. Every fiber of my being is in love with you. Your effulgence has lit a fire in my heart, and you have made radiant for me the earth and sky. My arrow of love has arrived at the target. I am in the house of mercy, and my heart is a place of prayer. I say, welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, the podcast where one question can make you look tall, and another question can make you look small, very small. My name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Daniel-san is the host with the most. And this show is just a mere segment of In the Day's radio show. In today's episode 13, we are going to dive deeper, and even more deeper into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is taking place in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. In our last episode 12, we barely scratched the surface of the infamous Operation Paperclip conspiracy. And in today's episode 13, we plan to go so deep into what Paperclip was and what that means that we're going to put that ass to sleep. We also revisited the unsolved murder of Marina Hobb, allegedly by no other than Charlie Manson himself, and how her remarkable father wrote about the materialization of the psychic as the next step in technology, and how strange, how very, very strange that his daughter might have been murdered by a man who claimed to have just those sorts of abilities. And now, dun 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 dun, with those formalities out of the way, the White Rabbit Kill Squad, and I hope you enjoy your journey down today's rabbit hole that the gang and I have christened the Rocket Ship Ruse. She packed my bags last night pre-flight. 0 hours, 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high as a kite by then. I miss the earth so much. I miss my wife. It's lonely out in space on such a timeless flight. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Our touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh, no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. A rocket man. As the post-war years continued through the 1940s and into the 1960s, Nazis of every stripe wound up doing research for the American Defense Program. They were based all over the United States, depending on their speciality, but several locations stand out as more important than the rest. Perhaps the most intriguing locale for the former Nazi scientists was Randolph Air Force Base in Texas. Unlike Fort Bliss near El Paso, whereby in February 1946, more than 100 Nazi scientists were in residence, working on the rocket programs. Randolph Air Force Base near San Antonio was used for more arcane research. Well, what in the fuck does that mean, Mr. Robert? Well, let me tell you. It was at Randolph that we came across the name of Dr. Hubertus Stronghold. Stronghold managed to escape the fate of his Nazi colleagues by clever maneuvering and outright lying about his work and his responsibility, aided and abetted by American intelligence agencies. But in the end, as more and more files were found and declassified, it became apparent that Dr. Stronghold was right in the middle of some of the more heinous medical experimentations this planet has ever known. Let's repeat that. In the middle of some of the more heinous, and by heinous, we mean very bad and shocking, medical experimentation the planet, not the American soil, but the planet, has ever known. Just wanted to point that out, ladies and gentlemen. Now, moving right along. Aviation medicine, apparently, is a specialized field that has since developed into aerospace medicine, the study of the physical effects of space travel on the human body. In the war years, however, attention was devoted to the effects of extreme cold, high pressure, oxygen deprivation, and high altitude, as well as the effects of freezing water for those pilots who would be down over the open sea. Just for an example, aircraft were being developed that could fly at astonishing speeds, whoosh, and climb to unthinkable altitudes. Obviously, in conditions of airway, the advantage was to the pilots and the planes who commanded the skies. The perfect combination of high-performance machines with highly trained, physically fit pilots. A new medical science was created to study how the vastly different environment of the air, as opposed to the earth, the domain of the foot soldier, affected the lives and the performance of human beings. Aviation medicine was begun in Germany in 1912 by Nathan Zuntz. Ironically, ladies and gentlemen, he was Jewish. The first German aviation doctor built their own pressure chambers and centrifuges and experimented upon themselves, reporting their results in professional journals to the awe and admiration of the small but elite international community of aviation specialists. By the 1930s, conferences in Germany on aviation medicine were being attended by physicians and specialists from all over the world. Dr. Hubertus Stronghold was one of these famous aviation medicine specialists, and he made friends with other members of the international community, including American military surgeons. Imagine that. As director of an aviation medicine research institute for the Luftwaffe, holding the rank of colonel, Stronghold was in a position to know of the horrific medical experiments being carried out on the living human beings at Dachau in the name of aviation medicine, some of which were being conducted by his friends and co-workers. Before the war years, aviation doctors had risked their own lives in these experiments. Now, with such a wealth of potential guinea pigs at their disposal, there was no need to endanger the lives of scientists. Experiments in high altitude pressure, extremes of heat and cold, etc., were carried out on living Jewish and political prisoners at Dachau. And these results were shared among the members of the Nazi aviation medicine community. Imagine that. Stronghold had attended an important meeting of 95 senior officers in Nuremberg in October 1942, during which these experiments were openly discussed. Experiments conducted by colleagues who reported to him and others whom Stronghold himself reported, such as notorious Nazi scientist as Dr. Sigmund Rascher, a Luftwaffe staff surgeon and member of Himmler's SS, had contributed to these reports on the experiments, some of which had been filmed for the edification of Heinrich Himmler and a secret audience. Later, Stronghold would try to distance himself from Rascher in his experiments, but the documentation would go against that fucker. I mean, really go against that fucker. I mean, like, real bad. Stronghold was an associate of Dr. Siegfried Ruff, with whom he had co-authored a textbook, The Atlas der Luftfahrt Medizin, translated Aviation Medicine, published in Leipzig, 1942, and it was Ruff who was assigned by Lieutenant General Professor Erich Hemke to assist Rascher in the human guinea pig medical program at Dachau's experimental block number 5. Hemke was the Luftwaffe's chief surgeon, and as such was Stronghold's boss. Ruff, although a close personal friend of Stronghold, did not work for Hemke, but was invited to join the human experimentation program to assist Rascher. Sigmund Ruff and Siegfried Rascher. It is not often that evil attains such Wagnerian proportions. Dun 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 dun. The experiments involved plunging prisoners in ice water with thermometers stuck in their various orifices, so like alien probes, to measure how long it took for a live human being to freeze to death. Prisoners were also subjected to oxygen deprivation, high pressure experiments, etc., etc. And much of this was captured on still in motion pictures, some of which have survived to this day. It is not known how many prisoners in total died as a result of these experiments, but eyewitness testimony indicates that 80 prisoners alone died as a result of the high pressure test conducted by Rascher. Stronghold later admitted that everyone at Nuremberg conference, for instance, was well aware that human beings, prisoners, were used in the experiments and that many of these subjects had died as a result of the test. No objections were raised. Let that sink in. Oh, the fucking humanity. The Nuremberg prosecutors, however, were hot on the trail of the Nazi doctors. However, the scientists had managed to destroy their files. So all that remained were Himmler's SS files, which were discovered at the end of the war. The evidence in Himmler's files was very suggestive, however, and brought to light much, much more than what the Nazi scientists previously admitted had taken place. The problem was that most of the evidence against the doctors was circumstantial, ladies and gentlemen, and the prosecutors could not break the wall of silence that had grown up around the defendants as they corroborated each other's alibis and denied any knowledge of wrongdoing. They stuck to their story. While all of this experimentation was going on, Stronghold sat in Heidelberg and edited the medical experimentation reports of his colleagues. Edited the experimentation reports of his colleagues to ensure that no embarrassing admissions had taken place. Sounds familiar. He edited out all references to human experimentation programs and thus presented a completely sanitized version of Nazi aviation medicine. Sounds like a goddamn Republican in Black history, which was subsequently published as a massive 2-volume study with some chapters written by Nazi scientists themselves who had been condemned at Nuremberg for fucking war crimes. Ah! This study was published by the U.S. Air Force's German Aviation Medicine and contained nothing about the human experiments. No reference to prisoners who had lost their lives at Dachau, in other camps and institutes throughout the Reich. Strongholm himself avoided prosecution as military intelligence considered him too valuable to U.S. aviation medicine programs. Thus, he was able to remain behind at Heidelberg, far away from the prosecutors in jail cells at Nuremberg, and continued his painstaking destruction of the evidence against him and his colleagues. Imagine that. Dachau was not the only site of human medical experimentation. Studies using prisoners were taking place everywhere in the Reich. Experiments on live subjects had taken place in settings as diverse as Chalet Mondoon in France and occupied Prague. In Prague! The experimenters at the last 2 sites had already found refuge and employment in the United States as early as 1947. Rascher had wanted to use Auschwitz as well, as it was a much larger camp, and thus an easier place to hide the hideous experiments he planned. Rascher complained, check this shit out. Rascher complained that sometimes his subjects' screams "Ah!" were quite loud during the experiments, and that he needed a larger, more secure installation to continue his research in relative comfort, far from potential witnesses. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Sounds a little psychotic to me. What do you think? Is it possible to imagine a world where this level of cruelty is morally justified? Psychotic? Maybe. Maybe not. In the end, they blamed everything on the SS. Even though the SS officers at the camp had no ability to conduct the experiments, no fucking medical training, nor the know-how to operate the fucking complex machinery. Not that the SS was blameless, of course not. Himmler, after all, approved this type of experimentation right and left. His Ahnenerbe SS was conducting its own experimentation on live subjects at Dachau and made a collection of human skulls from among the living prisoner population, a collection to be used in anthropological research. Wow. 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 Wowzers. Indeed, Rascher was an SS officer in Nuremberg and would have loved to have had him on the dock, but he was executed on orders of Himmler 2 weeks before the end of the war. With Rascher dead and the files destroyed, there remained only the testimony of the doctors themselves, or that of the witnesses, but in most cases, the witnesses have died as a result of these goddamn experiments. Did you see how that works? Nicely and psychotically done and without incident. As a consequence, many of the Nazi doctors thus waltzed away, free and found refuge in the good old US of fucking A. It's important, ladies and gentlemen, to sit and just take in the terrifying reality of that historical fact. And now that you've taken the time to digest it all, let's resume our present course. And I'm almost done with my lecture today. Just hold on to your seats, because it's going to get hot as fuck. Stronghold and his team wound up at Randolph Air Force Base in Texas, where they continued their research in aviation medicine, a field then being changed to space medicine. This was a school of aviation medicine that was begun at Mineola, Long Island, New York, during World War I, which was subsequently moved to Brooks Air Force Base in Texas before winding up at Randolph. It is important to realize, ladies and gentlemen, that NASA, the U.S. government civilian space agency, had not yet been formed and would not be until July 29, 1958. Until then, space research was military research and fell under the U.S. Army, and eventually, 1947, the newly created U.S. Air Force. In fact, it was at Randolph that the first Department of Space Medicine in the world was established. On February 9th, 1949, nearly 10 years before the creation of NASA, Stronghold then became the world's first professor of space medicine. Thus, Stronghold's team was developing the field of aviation and space medicine strictly for U.S. military applications. Acting under the authority and the unapologetic protection of the man who would eventually become the head of the U.S. Air Force Aviation Medicine Program, one Colonel Harry Armstrong. It was Armstrong who had first met Stronghold at an aviation medicine conference in Germany in 1934, and who from then on considered himself a friend of the Nazi doctor. Further, Armstrong kept requesting more and more and more and more Nazi scientists as time went by, forcing General C.P. Cable of Air Force Intelligence to warn Armstrong off. Yet, Armstrong, in his persistence, did not back down, but kept asking for more visas, for more Nazis, to bolster his growing aviation medicine team at Randolph. Imagine that. Whatever the morality of recruiting German scientists, many of them committed Nazis, some accused of war crimes, to assist the United States space program and other military efforts. There was another dimension to the Randolph team that had gone virtually unnoticed by researchers due to their total lack of documentation and the lack of living witnesses. The evidence does exist, is largely circumstantial, but much of it can be found in the captured German document section of the National Archives, and then collated with later testimony and other curious clues that turn up in memoirs, biographies, and histories of the war years in this aftermath. Like the infamous MK Ultra files that Richard Helms ordered the CIA to destroy, documentation on Nazi psychological warfare and mind control research either the Nazis destroyed themselves or the U.S. military and intelligence establishments concealed under very high security classifications. Dun, dun, dun. Almost wrapping up. We have our first indication that anything like mind control programs existed within the Third Reich is from Himmler's astrologer, Willis' memoirs, who therein talks about the Nazi desire to create a program within the Reich to duplicate, check this shit out, the mental state of the Japanese soldier, a human being willing and eager to risk his life without question for his country, stuffing his own body into pillow boxes to blow them up, and the Chinese communist human wave trooper who would rush unthinkingly into certain slaughter. Straight super soldier shit. Straight out of a Marvel Captain American comic featuring the Red Skull, Nazi agent and protege of Adolf Hitler during World War II. This Asian mentality, ladies and gentlemen, was something the Nazis would have loved to inculcate in their troops. And Wolf, seen as an expert on Asian mysticism, was hard to come up with ways that can be used to condition German soldiers the same way. Buried in the voluminous files of the Innerby SS are also references to the use of medicine and cannabis as truth serums. Programs that, according to John Marks in his groundbreaking study of CIA mind control projects, the U.S. intelligence agencies kept classified since 1945. Here and there, we come across the names of paperclip scientists involved with military and CIA mind control programs, such as Friedrich Hoffman, a Nazi chemist, who advised the CIA on matters relating to psychotropic substances for use in interrogation and brainwashing. Ah! Hoffman has been linked to Aestwood Arsenal, where the CIA maintains TSS, or Technical Service Staff Personnel, involved in various aspects of chemical and biological warfare, including, according to John Marks, the implantation of new memories in amnesiac patients. One finds an article by Hoffman and co-author William A. Mosher and Richard Hively on the subject of isolation of trans-6 tetrahydrocannabinol from marijuana in April 20th, 1966, issue of Journal of the American Chemical Society. An issue published ironically enough on Hitler's fucking birthday! On Hitler's fucking birthday! On Hitler's fucking birthday! Ah! Imagine that. Coincidence? Or some sort of cruel inside joke? Hoffman worked at the time under the cover of the University of Delaware, along with his co-author Mosher. Another colleague at the university was Dr. James Moore, a chemist originally with Park Davis in Detroit, and a person well known among aficionados as deeply implicated in the CIA's MK Ultra program, who experimented on mind-altering substances such as mescaline, psilocybin, the highly controversial drug BZ, quinacridylbenzoate. The ready supply of prisoners of Dachau, ladies and gentlemen, provided a steady stream of guinea pigs for this chemical experiments and tests. Cannabis and medicine, or mescaline, were both used, sometimes in very large doses, along with hypnosis, to see if any of these mechanisms could be used as truth serums, magical potions, to unlock the secrets of the human mind. At the same time, in the United States, OSS agents were using the same or similar drugs on unsuspecting targets, such as mafia-made men, to see if the same objectives could be obtained. Gradually in the US, hypnosis was also used, sometimes in combination with drugs. If false information or suggestion could be implanted in the subject, then we have an instance where the goals of psychological warfare and regular intelligence overlap. In the case of the latter, the methodology was fine-tuned to the individual subject for a specific purpose. As it turned out, ladies and gentlemen, this purpose, as seen by the CIA and used by their counterparts in other countries, was assassination. Was assassination. Ha ha ha! With my evil genius laugh. We have seen that the Germans were among the first to study the uses of psychological warfare. We have also seen that psychological warfare became inextricably intertwined with propaganda and communication studies, and science on the soft side, and eventually bled over into acts that can only be considered terrorism, assassinations, sabotage, torture, and interrogation on the hard fucking side. Indeed, terrorism, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing more than a form of psychological warfare, as acts of terrorism have no intrinsic military value, aside from their effects on the psyches of the target populations. Over time, psychological warfare became more sophisticated, and intelligence services at once more creative and more demanding, new techniques were developed and virtually codified. One of these, and this is where it gets relevant, was disinformation, a method by which false information is leaked in such a way as to make the receiver believe it is valid data. Disinformation can be used in several ways. In the first place, to make the target believe something false. So they will act on the false information, wasting time, energy, and money. In the process, in being deflected from any genuinely sensitive areas. In the second place, to trace the flow of information within a target intelligence shop. Like the dye that is used in straining biological slides, this information can be used to follow the trail of invented story from place to place, from Asia to France, to find out if there's a mole or double agent in the chicken coop. All these techniques, hallucinogenics, drugs, hypnosis, acts of terrorism, and disinformation, share an ontological purpose, ladies and gentlemen, to manipulate perceptions, to recreate our realities. Maybe we should say that one more time, because the more we say it, sooner or later, you come around to realize that we've been all lied to, period. The ontological purpose of disinformation is to manipulate perceptions and to recreate our reality. That's a pretty poignant fucking claim. As already noted in past episodes, the German word for psychological warfare translates as worldview warfare, which is a battle of perceptions of consensus realities. And once Pandora's box was open, there was no closing it again. The temptation was too great. For those who wanted to play God, in the words of the JUSPAO report, there was the next best thing. One can play with the elements of creation in such a way that magical transformations would take place. As the men of the OSS, CIA, and military intelligence developed from the armchair scholars and academics, that most of them were before the war years, into soldiers fighting the Cold War on fronts all over the world, they became, in a very real sense, magicians. As we will see, the CIA mind control projects themselves represented an assault on consciousness and reality that has not been seen in history since the age of the philosopher kings and the court of alchemists. Rumors of what was taking place at Randolph AFB in those days have filtered out into the community of conspiracy theories in such a way as to devalue the research completely in many cases. There are, however, some scraps of evidence in testimony that are hard to ignore. One of these involves a man whose name has become synonymous with alien abductions in the UFO phenomenon, and this context makes the information suspect to skeptical researchers. However, the verifiable information has led many to believe that something more than high-pressure studies and oxygen deprivation tests was going on at Randolph AFB in the bosom of the Nazi scientists. Recourse to an official history of the space medicine program written by May Mills Link, who was a senior U.S. Air Force medical historian and published in 1965 as NASA Special Publication 4003 in the NASA History Series, shows us some of the later employment in official positions of Nazi scientists. Dr. Fritz Haber later became one involved with the AFCO Manufacturing Company, but at Randolph, he had designed a sealed cabin for the high-pressure studies. Dr. Siegfried Gerenthal, who had been chief of the Psychological Testing Center of the German Air Force during World War II, later joined NASA. Gerenthal was not an official member of the Randolph team, having been assigned to the rocket scientists under Dornberger and von Braun. Instead, but he was often seconded to the Randolph base for specific work. The NASA publication also refers to the 2-volume German Medicine, edited by Stronghold and prepared by 56 leading German aviation specialists on such topics as physiological fundamentals of high altitude and acceleration and the potential problems of man under gravity-free conditions. However, ladies and gentlemen, the word Nazi is never mentioned in the text, nor is reference made to the fact that several of these articles are written by accused war criminals and contain data obtained from the use of live subjects at Dachau and other concentration camps. That the psychological aspect of space medicine was not being ignored is evidenced by Gerenthal's position with the Air Force. He has been the author of many articles on various aspects of space psychology from a mechanism, one almost wants to say Hegelian point of view. With Stronghold, he was the author of moderate responses of the eyes when exposed to light flashes of high intensity and short duration in aviation medicine in 1953. This study has since been referenced in works on the use of lasers, but has application in behavioral psychology as well. His Orientation and Navigation of Space-Time was published in 1967, and he is the author of the text, Aviation Psychology. So although his purpose at the U.S. Air Force and later at NASA seems to have been devoted to physiological responses to unique stressors of spaceflight, he never lost his interest in the more psychological aspects of his field. This wedding, ladies and gentlemen, of the purely psychological with the physiological became the cornerstone of subsequent intelligent agency programs designed to uncover the secrets of the mind, the interface between the lump of gray matter we call the brain and the great beyond we call reality. Another Luftwaffe alumnus this time, who wound up conducting torture and interrogation programs after the war, was Paul Schaefer, whose frightened Colonia Dignidad operation in Pinoche, Chile, has been covered extensively by serious researchers. At Colonia Dignidad, these techniques were combined with sophisticated technology to conduct the torture of political prisoners by remote control. All to the strains of Wagner and Mozart. Let's stop here. White Rabbit Kill Squad War Cry. Hootie hoo! Hootie hoo! Stay tuned for our next episode. Same rabbit ass time, same rabbit ass channel.
Thank you to Dr. Robert for another fantastic episode of Down the Rabbit Hole. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the news. Or it's good to be back, I should say. Got a little refresh there while listening to Down the Rabbit Hole. Oh my, there's so much to talk about. First of all, the sunglasses, the switch I made for those of you watching the live show, watching the video format, they just weren't working. So I switched back to my old sunglasses. Those really huge ones were just reflecting my whole computer screen, whereas the smaller glasses do the same thing, but it's much smaller. It doesn't distract the shit out of me. I cannot concentrate with those big ones on. It's just not working. So I went back to what works. I want to start out by focusing on some end of days radio universe news, and then we'll head more into the news, the world news. But there's been some stuff happening with some of our end of days radio universe colleagues. First, I wanted to touch on the Logan situation. It appears that Logan is now in a homeless shelter, so he is, without a lot of basic necessities. He's homeless, right? He's homeless. So I just wanted to take a second and say a little prayer for Logan. Let's call it a little ritual that's more fitting for Logan and who he is. So I just want everybody out there to just clear your mind, and just send positive energy to Logan. Send positive intentions, positive energy, warm thoughts, warm, loving energies to Logan, so that hopefully his luck changes and he gets out of the homeless shelter. He finds a more stable place to live, that he's fed, that he's clothed, that he's able to shower and have his basic necessities, and that he's able to get his internet back and get back on the show and join us again, because we all miss Logan. We're all worried about him. We hope he's okay. And check out how cool this guy is. I was talking to Logan. I was messaging back and forth with him, and I told him, Logan, is there somewhere where we can maybe donate to, so maybe we can try to raise a little bit of money for you? And do you know what he said to me? Do you know what this guy said to me? He said, Daniel, I want all the donations to go to the show. I'm fine. I have shelter. I have food. I'm fine. I don't need it. Can you believe that? He's saying that to me. A guy that's in a freaking homeless shelter is telling me that he's okay. Is that that's almost Jesus-like, the way he's acting right now. It's almost Christ-like. I can't even believe it. He would rather donations go to the show than to help the terrible situation he's in. All the respect in the world to Logan. So please, everybody, let's just send that positive energy out. If you're in contact with Logan, maybe just send him a message. Say, I hope you're okay. I hope you're doing okay. And hopefully things level out for him. That type of chaotic lifestyle of being homeless, going from here to here. I mean, that sucks. The guy's brilliant. he deserves better. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm sad to have to start out this segment with such sad news, but carrying on. Funny story. I was actually driving home yesterday, and I was trying to get a hold of Logan, and he wasn't answering right away. So, I was driving home, and I managed to get a hold of Dr. Robert, and we went into a pretty good conversation. A very metaphysical sort of conversation, and man, I went so deep with him, I didn't even realize I was running out of gas. I was practically on empty. And I was just so into the conversation. I guess I wasn't paying attention. And at that exact same moment, I had to take the worst dump of my life. Like, it was just all coming at me, just building. And I swear, like, when I finally got off the freeway and pulled into a gas station, I almost ran out of gas at the exact same moment I was about to shit myself. And I've never had those two things happen at the same time. It was like two mini disasters. But luckily, I pulled into the right gas station because I got fueled up, and they had a nice, clean bathroom there where I was able to relieve myself and feel much better. Moving on, another end of days universe personality, Michael the Message Man. I'm sure everybody remembers him. The new Freemason, the guy that just joined the Freemasons. He came on here and did the interview. And apparently things have been getting really weird for him. I guess he actually presented the interview he did on here to his Mason brothers, to his colleagues in the Masonic Hall, and they didn't like it very much. From what he didn't even want to come on the show again because their reaction was so bad. They did not like that. It seems that they don't like this show. They didn't like the fact that he was coming on here. And I just told them, that's too bad, but we'd really like to have you come on here. And he pretty much confirmed everything that I had to say about the Masons. Like, yeah, I'm not really learning anything here, man. I'm just hanging out with these guys. We're smoking cigars, and I'm not really learning anything. I was like, yeah, of course. That's you're probably not going to get very far with these people. And apparently, he got into some kind of trouble with some kind of biker gang, and they're coming after him now. I don't know if these two things are related, but somebody actually cut his brake line, and he was going to work, and he realized that his brake line was cut, and he basically almost died. Like some kind of, I forget, I need to talk to him again, but something happened that kind of prevented him from actually driving. And then he realized that his brake lines were cut. So maybe throw out some prayers for our buddy Michael the Message Man. Personally, I hope he gets away from that masonry stuff. We've talked a lot about this, and the possibility of there being like good Masons and bad Masons out there, but I think for the most part they're all kind of bad nowadays. And it basically is the foundation of the Illuminati. I mean, that's like the ground floor, open to join sort of level that you get with these guys. I don't think that there's positivity there. I think you're getting involved with something possibly very demonic. Lucifer worship, Luciferianism, it seems to be very popular amongst these guys. So I would really just stick to being independent. If you want to learn about this stuff, get a subscription to End of Days Radio or these various podcasts. There's a lot of people that have great shows that come on this program. Jin and his show. Clint has an amazing channel. Dr. Robert has a show here. There's a lot of information to be had just knowing where to look and kind of converging with the right ideas and the right people. I don't think that joining a secret society or joining the Freemasons is going to give you any answers. That's just my opinion. I mean, I'm not. I really like the guy. I think he's really cool. I just would rather see him with us hanging out as friends rather than having to sign one's life away and have a master mason and all that. I just think that's a bad idea. But shout out to Michael. I hope that whatever is going on with the biker gang, I hope that gets resolved. Maybe just apologize to them. I don't know what it's going to take. Call Jax Teller. Do what you have to do. Moving on. Whoops. I ripped my phone cord out of the wall. That's not good. I guess I don't need it right now. My phone charging cord. I don't actually have a dial phone. Let's see what it's doing.
No, excuse me. Sorry, I was just slugging down a bunch of hash real quick.
Oh dang. He be getting high.
Yeah, I figured I better do it while I'm not on camera so I'm not coughing my brains out.
Yeah, I made a weird extract using Everclear and like infused it with THC. And I did a show where I was just drinking like little bits of that as the show was going on. I got pretty messed up, like, and mostly from the Everclear. Like the THC wasn't strong enough to match the strength of the Everclear. So
I don't know if you noticed when Todd was on my show, he kept doing more and more edibles. I'm like, no, like you're gonna get too fucked up.
Yeah, good thing you can't overdose on those because he was doing the edibles like he normally does his Budweiser, and just
I recommended he smoke instead of eat it.
He made some good points though. It was a good program. I definitely learned a thing or two listening to that.
Yeah, that one quote he read about the initiates and how they were the way they were initiated and how they were blank faced afterwards and sent off to battle, and that the elders would screw all the younger women because all the younger people were gone. And well, I mean, that wasn't the main point of that quote, but just how the I forget the name of that type of shamanism. It's damn it, I can't think of the word. It's like how you dance around a fire until you faint. It's I forget the word, the phrase Terrence McKenna uses, but like endurance shamanism, where it's not really, there's no psychedelic plants or anything. It's just you doing an activity until you've channeled the supposed spirit, and that it's an interesting thing. I mean, I've never really partook.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of this this movie that excuse me, throat's getting dry. But it was about this this white guy that joined a Native American tribe. It's like back in the Wild West, and he's doing one of these initiations. They take these two like dried up eagle claws, and they like stick him into his chest, and then he's hanging from the top of the teepee, and he's just like spinning around.
Yeah, that's
the idea. Yeah, I got to figure out what movie this is, but like you said, it's a pain endurance type of shamanism to create an altered state. Another method to do that besides using psychedelics or plant entheogens.
Yeah, that's the Blackfoot tribe. I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, I've seen depictions of them using sticks. I've never heard the eagle claw thing, but that's interesting.
Yeah, well, they stabbed. Actually, I'm remembering it. They stuck the eagle claws in him, and then they stuck these like wooden pieces through his chest, and they hung him from the wooden pieces. But the eagle claws were stuck in his chest too. And if anybody can remember what that movie is, then please tell me. I cannot remember, but it's one of those movies where the white guy joins the Indians and like becomes one of them, and starts fighting the other white people.
Like
they're in the right.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that one. I don't know too much about the tribe besides the whole Thunderbird thing, and a few, the native word is Sika, and that there's a few other, but it's like I'm part different types of Indians. I don't even know anything about them. Like I don't know anything about Cherokees or Mohawks or anything. And it's one of my friends, he's a New York tribe, and he knows a lot about it and the totems, and it's pretty interesting. He's part of the Wolf tribe. But he told me that the bottom animal on the totem pole was the strongest, not the top. And I thought that was interesting because the bottom one holds all the other ones up.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know some of them have Sasquatches in them. I've always thought that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I think that the Bigfoot's definitely real. It's I told you that story about how I stepped in a big pile of shit in the middle of the woods, and then all of a sudden,
Bigfoot shit.
Well, I didn't tell you that story.
No.
I was like 3 miles back in this woods, and it was by this lake, and that I found like an old abandoned, some kind of oil drill thing or some shit, and then it was all just abandoned and rusty and stuff, and I was just walking, trespassing on property basically, and that I don't do that anymore, but usually I would walk in the woods and just keep walking as far as I could go. But then I stepped in this big pile of shit, and I was like, what the fuck? Because I've seen every type of piles of shit you've ever seen, like I've shoveled so much cow shit and horse shit with farming and stuff, and like I've walked in the woods my whole life. I never stepped in a pile of shit that was like that big around.
Damn. That's a big
chalky
log.
Oh yeah, like I was scraping it off my shoe with a stick, and then I was just sitting there scraping it, looking down.
That ruined your day. Here you were having a great time connecting with nature, peacefully walking through the woods. 5 minutes later, you're like sitting on a log or something and try to use a stick to just like to scrape this like gooey ass fucking Bigfoot turds off your shoe.
Well, then I was looking down, scraping it off my shoe, and then I could smell wet fur, like a nasty wet fur. And I was like, what the fuck is that smell? And then I looked up, and there was something standing there that was taller than me. And, there's only black bears around here, and they don't get 6 feet tall, and I took off running as fast as I could. I ran 3 miles all the way home. I called the DNR when I got home. I was like, there's something out in the woods, They claimed it was a black bear, but when I started investigating black bears, it looked like it had shoulders. Like black bears don't have shoulders. And it stunk to holy hell. It was fucking like nasty.
Oh yeah. That's why they call him Skunk Ape. Because he smells like a skunk basically. Like I haven't seen Bigfoot, but when I lived more out in the rural country, there's definitely a time when I heard screaming like, yeah, yeah, you know how he screams like, yeah, yeah. And then at the same time, it smelled like skunk. Like I mean, I've smelled skunks before, and this was really similar. Like every once in a while, you smell a skunk out in the woods, but this was really similar. And I mean, I can't say for sure because I never saw him, but between that screaming and that smell, I'm pretty sure that was Bigfoot.
Oh yeah, I've seen like a million videos where you can hear the loud screaming, and then all of a sudden all the animals go quiet.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like, I watch a lot of these, like, I've been getting into them, these shows on the Travel Channel and History Channel, stuff like that, where they go searching for Bigfoot, discover. And they always seem to, they never get footage of Bigfoot, but they get footage of like shadow people every so often. And that just makes me think like, okay, this is related somehow. Bigfoot's some kind of, interdimensional being that can shapeshift, and they're just like turning into Bigfoot, and then they're turning back into like wispy little entities or something.
There's this one video where it's like this dude on a dirt bike, and he's like, oh, I've never went in this trail this far before. And then he pulls up to this spot, and he's already like driving past a bunch of skeletons and shit, and fucking he drives up to the spot, and freaking there's like some kind of weird entity or something that appeared, but before the entity appears, all the crickets go silent, and I think it's a legit video. That's an interesting.
I've like when I had Connie Willis on here, you know, that chick that hosts Coast to Coast sometimes. She's like really super nice. And she basically said that Bigfoot was talking to her telepathically, like when he wasn't even around. Like first he contacted them through their minds. And she's not like a big bullshit or anything like that. She's just, you know, telling her experience. And that lends even more to me thinking he's some kind of demonic beast, or, you know, not necessarily demonic, but, you know, an entity of some kind. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you ever seen that one X-Files where the guy from Vietnam has this ability to not be seen?
That'd be an awesome power.
Well, I think that like some of the animals, it's like they're so smart that it's like, I don't think that they're like mechanically thinking. I think that they're like reading your mind, and that they know where to walk and step so you can't see them. And that I think animals are very strange. I've seen animals do weird stuff. Like, you know, one time I was smoking weed in the woods, and this crow was just sitting there on this branch, and it was just chilling. And I kept like, I went up to it, like from me to the screen, and I was like touching the crow, and it's not flying away. And I smoked some weed with it. And
Interesting comment from the chat from Anything Blue. In G.I. Joe the cartoon, they run into a tribe of Bigfoot, and it might be a coincidence, but the same stone pulley that George Washington is shown posing next to is the same in the cartoon. That's pretty weird.
Huh. Yeah, cartoons are weird. I don't know if you've seen the new X-Men cartoon that came out.
I mean to. Like, I was hugely into the original one when I was a kid, but I want to watch this thing. I just don't have that Disney Plus.
Oh, that sucks. It seems it's kind of lame compared to the older one, but I mean, I've always thought the older one when I was a kid, it was like, seems so you know, the whole apocalypse story and all that stuff, it seems so like prophetic or something, you know.
Oh yeah, Apocalypse was the shit back in the old cartoon. Like, he seriously had me pissing my pants, just like the cartoon form.
Yeah, the whole idea of the mutants and like these new people that were coming about, like, you know, the symbolism of it is really interesting. Like I think I told you once about how the only time I've ever seen the word adamantium in any book that wasn't comics was an occult book, and it was talking about some kind of thing that, you know, some sort of unknown metal or something. Or I don't remember what it was talking about.
Yeah, that's a fucking trip. I mean, you know, we're kind of getting into that with Chris Knowles a little bit. That there's definitely predictive programming in comics. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know if it's coming from like muses or angels or something, but the sheer amount of it is uncanny. Just like, you know, like you're saying about the thing with the mutants. I do think that people, like pretty much everybody, is naturally psychic, and I think they can do more too, like maybe start fires, like that Firestarter movie, remote viewing, telekinesis, like who knows. But it does seem like certain people might have these abilities, and they probably come and, you know, lock them away in some underground
I think
facility.
the abilities are definitely real. I mean, I've had a telepathic communication with somebody during a psychedelic journey like 12 years ago. And there was once on a psychedelic journey, like in 1998, my friend threw something, and it was spinning, and it stopped in the midair, and it kept spinning, and it was absolutely impossible. And, you know, I was so buzzed freaking. I really didn't really care about my other friend. He went on about it for like 5 hours, like just freaking.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen stuff like that. And you know, I'm sure people listening would say, "Oh, that's bullshit," whatever. But it's not bullshit. Like, there's things about this universe that many people are not prepared to experience or come to grips with. Like, it's the mind protecting itself. Because if you acknowledge this stuff, then the possibilities are endless. There's no form and structure to our lives anymore.
Yeah, people are it's like they'll talk the talk, but when you walk the walk, they get scared. And that, like, in this shamanic journey, like 12 or 13 years ago that I'm totally retired from. But I vaguely told you about the two people that I was with and that we were tripping, and it was a lunar eclipse, and that we seen entities, and that after that trip, one of the people, they didn't hang out with me ever again because they thought I knew black magic.
Well, that's kind of cool. But hey, we're close to the 4-hour mark. I got to get through the rest of these news stories. Please bear with me. I'm going to start with none other than the recent P. Diddy drama that's been happening in the news. Let's go ahead and pull up that news story from People magazine, people.com. And the article states, biggest bombshells from Diddy's lawsuits, disturbing allegations of rape, sex trafficking, and more. Sean Diddy Combs has been accused of sexual assault by multiple people and recently had his home raided by federal agents. This is, again, from people.com. It was just published on March 26th, just a few days ago. And it says, before Sean Diddy Combs' properties were raided by federal agents this week, the rapper was already facing several sexual assault allegations. The 54-year-old music mogul has been accused of abuse, rape, sex trafficking, and other disturbing acts in 5 separate sexual assault lawsuits filed since November 2023. He's denied all of the allegations. On Monday, Combs' properties in Los Angeles and Miami were raided by federal agents. Earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from HSI Los Angeles, HSI Miami, and our local law enforcement partners. We will provide further information as it becomes available. A Homeland Security investigation representative said in a statement to People, here are the biggest bombshells from Combs' sexual assault lawsuits. November 16, 2023, Cassie alleges rape, sex trafficking, and domestic violence. Lawsuit settled. This is his ex-girlfriend who was claiming that he raped and sex trafficked her over the course of 10 years. I'm not going to read all of this, but the article continues on with others accusing him of sexual crimes, revenge porn, ongoing lawsuits that are happening. Another one, Lisa Gardner alleges, and these are all allegations against P. Diddy. I'm sure he has much more important things to worry about than suing us, but just to be safe, we're going to say that these are allegations, very strong allegations. But guys, like, what do you think of this? Is this like, are they sacrificing one of their own? What are they punishing him? Why is this all coming out about P. Diddy all of a sudden?
His neighbor said that they seen busload of girls go to the house.
No, no. He turned out to be he turned to be out some troll. He didn't even live in the community. Huh. He came out and admitted it.
Yeah, I think the judges and prosecutors and stuff, I think they're money grubbers. They want as much money as they can. If they catch whiff of anything, it doesn't matter if you're guilty or innocent. They'll throw your ass in jail just to get the money. There was a rich.
No, too. I heard Reed and Dr. U. Murphy Weathers. You heard the C-Rock vodka, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's like his vodka, but technically not. Like it's a group of other people who own it too, and he had sued them for discrimination or something like that, right? And then after he did that, his whole house started tumbling down.
Oh man!
I wonder if he messed with the mob. I mean, Seagrams is mafia.
Yeah, it is.
You gotta see it like I'm gonna give you the black perspective. You know
Wait,
what I mean?
What was that?
To give you the black perspective, right?
Yeah.
Whenever you see errors where you see kind of like a rise in consciousness between like black people or oppressed people in general, right? Where you kind of start seeing like kind of like where they're looking at the oppressor in like in the devaluing, in demeaning manner. You got coming from? The first thing you want to do is you attack the resources, right? This is just war, right? So P. Diddy and the other few black men are really rich black men, right? Who can fund the revolution, right? So let's just get them out of the gate while we can. You know, that's the black perspective on it.
Yeah, I still think Bill Cosby might have been innocent. just because he was positive towards the black community.
Because check this out, man. I know, like, you know, because I don't like Tucker Carlson, right? Like, I say, fuck him. He's like a spineless opportunist to me, right? But he had like a show where he had like this black man from this organization. I think it's called Ubuntu or something like that. And the Biden administration just arbitrarily just accused him of just propagating Russian propaganda, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just based on that claim, they came in and seized their property, their files, their computers, everything. Didn't charge them, didn't do anything, right? But what that does basically is called poison the well. It creates the illusion remember we just talked about in my lecture, right? Like the purpose of misinformation or disinformation is what, right?
Illusion.
To check our perceptions, right? And recreate our reality, right?
Yeah.
So just by like casting those labels, you know, coupled with all that drama, and then being black is symbolic too in the society, right? It triggers certain stereotypes, right? So already they're manufacturing, you know, justification for why they're doing this to these people, right?
So, what are you saying, Dr. Robert? Are you saying these allegations are false?
I'm not saying these allegations are false. I'm saying we just got to consider the beast we're dealing with, and we have to consider their history, because history, what is the best predictor of future behavior, right?
They do hate black people.
Huh?
I think all three of us can agree on that one. They hate black people.
Well, they're definitely scared of us, like they don't want us to take over, and it's not actually hate; it's just a fear of retribution. And this is something I kind of agree with Charleston White on. It's just like, you know, I hate his ass with a passion, but it's psychological. It's a fear of retribution, so it's projection. So that's all reverse racism is, projection. Like they're projecting this fear of retribution onto a group of people that they wronged or harmed, basically. And that's essentially what karma basically is, right? It feels like racism, right? Because it's the energy that you created and put out in the universe. Eventually it comes back home. Right?
Yeah, I think that that's definitely a possibility. And if not, at least you can say that the process, the control, the secret societies, the weird sexual shit going on, this is all a product of this Illuminati gatekeeping, where if any black person, any African person, not that all black people are necessarily African, if any one of them tries to make it or get big, they have to pass through these gates of sodomy, sex trafficking, pedophilia, cross-dressing, trans shit. Like nobody will.
Most definitely, because you don't, because see, like their power, white supremacy is connected to that shit. Like if the white man is sort of knocked as his pedestal, as like the perfection of patriarchy and the civil, reasonable man and shit like that, white supremacy crumbles.
Well,
like if people start losing faith in like the white man, his ability to govern. You know what I mean?
It reminds me of this episode William Cooper that I uploaded today about where William Cooper is quoting the secret societies, and they're claiming that it's the fifth Aryan race or something, and William Cooper is calling it out as bullshit, and that it seems like there's definitely a secret society that's obsessed with this Aryan race thing, and that they believe that they're from Mars and like all this other weird shit.
It's not their obsessed with it. It's just a good tool of control. Like what better? You gotta understand, man. Like you gotta understand what type of belief that is. Like that's a belief that says you're better than everybody on the fucking planet, dude. That's a very intoxicating belief. Like even if you don't have shit, like I have all the degrees in the world, right? But to like the average poor white person, because I'm not white, that doesn't mean shit. You know, seriously, dude. Like, I'm being honest with you, dude. Like, that's the perception they have, dude. And that's a very intoxicating belief, man. You just kind of feel, you kind of feel special. You know what I mean? It has a lot of utility for you if you're a white person. It boosts your self-esteem. It already kind of like, you kind of already enter the game when you're kind of like, you know, around like you have like a pool of like people of color you have to compete with, or black people, you know, because you already feel superior. You already kind of feel things are going to go your way, basically. And there's tests for that. Like, you ever heard of like Shelby Steele?
No, who's that?
I think he's ready to that other guy Steele, who's like that old like GOP, like head of the GOP or some shit. Like, they're brothers. Like, he turned out to be conservative and he turned out to be liberal. I think that's the case. Don't quote me on it, basically. But he came up with the concept stereotypical threat. Have you heard of that?
Stereotypical threat. No.
Okay, stereotypical threat is this, basically. They did a sociological experiment, right? And this goes back to what we've been talking about, mind control and deeply held beliefs, right? So basically, like, they put black kid in a room full of white kids in a testing scenario. And when the black kid is in the room with the white kid, that interaction, the fact of seeing a white person triggers some type of structured symbology in his mind that automatically triggers feelings of inferiority, and they do poorly on the exam. But then if you take that same black kid and put him in an exam full of black kids, because it's an objective test, they score just as high, as not higher, than the white kids who take the test in an environment where black kids aren't present. And they did it multiple times, and that was the case based. It's called stereotypical threat. Because the way you think and what you believe affects your ability to act, or the quality of your actions, basically.
Oh yeah, well, that's why I think that we need to bring back group shamanic rites of, you know, groups of people taking ayahuasca or mushrooms all, you know, in a large group, and the feeling the, you know, because I remember once when I used to live in the hood, I brought mushrooms, and you know, all my black friends ate the mushrooms, and they all lost their hood accents, and they were all just laughing. We were all laughing.
That's weird.
It's interesting you say that, because what does personality mean, right? It comes from the Greek word persona, which means mass, right? Like this, look, man, like our personalities are just fictions, dude. And this is what Hinduism says. Like, I mean, like, you know, like you're born, right? A blank slate, a tabula rasa, right? You're born to Jim and Henry, you know, Frank, you know where I'm coming from? They name you Peter, right? Peter has a set of experiences every day. He puts on his shoes a certain way, has certain resources, has certain objects to interact with, and then it creates this sort of shared hallucination. And over time, the self, or the witness consciousness, starts to believe it is this self called Henry, when you don't even know the first thing about Henry.
Yeah, the whole self-reflection thing, I'm not I got over the self-reflection thing in like 98 when I took a bunch of acid, and every trip since then was always like it was, because it's weird, because so many modern people today are like they're having this self-reflection experience, but they're never making it past that in the shamanism, and that the culture is lacking evolution, I think, and that it's like people look at the primitive humans of ancient societies, that which in modern times lasted the longest in the Amazon jungle, and that they thought they were primitive, but the culture structure was very strong and more advanced than, you know, modern any culture, and that
yeah, and that comes from prejudice. That comes from superiority, and that's the whole point, basically. That's why you lose your humanity, because losing your humanity basically is when you're looking at another human being, another conscious entity, you know, that seems to have the same functions you have, the same perceptions you have, thinks, talks the same way you have, and you have no problem killing him as if he was slaughter fly. You just raise yourself above humanity.
I also feel like there's a missing piece to the puzzle as well. I mean, the whole thing about the African religion. I think that the most dangerous Black leaders have been the ones that have tried to reconnect the Black community to the Egyptian roots and really teach Black folk, and I say this as somebody that's obviously not Black, so I can't, of course, I can't speak for the Black community, but in my opinion, the most dangerous Black leaders.
Oppress people.
What's up?
Just say oppressed people. You don't have to say Black people. Like even when you go back to ancient Sparta, right? In the hoplites, basically, there's basically like the Spartans lived on a slave economy. Like it was a slave economy, and they would terrorize their slaves, like to keep them in check. Like you had like the kids, like the Spartan kids, and they would go out there, dude, and they would just periodically just like stalk a slave and just kill him and hang him, basically. You got coming from? So like,
they were brutal back then. Like they were like they were raping like young boys and stuff. Like that was part of the initiation. Is like these older soldiers would they didn't put that in the movie 300, obviously, because we'd all hate the Spartans. We'd be like, them sick motherfuckers. But they made it look cool as fuck.
From my point of view, knowing that all police are members of the Fraternal Order of Police, which is a Masonic organization, knowing that all lawyers and judges are Freemasons, not all of them, but a huge majority of them, and knowing that stuff like KKK selects from certain secret societies, knowing that these groups exist in modern times, and that 90% of the police money comes from confiscating things, and that I think that they'll just straight up confiscate and rob anybody they can, and that
have you heard of asset forfeiture?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because
that's straight legislative theft.
Yeah, that's
what is that? I don't know what that is.
Asset forfeiture is basically like if I'm a police officer, right, and say like you're driving, and we'll make you Black too, make it more realistic, and I stop you, right, and I pat you down and say I find like you have like $3,000 on your person, right? At that point, dude, I can make the assumption that the money you have was illegally obtained and literally take that money from you.
Yeah.
And that's a violation of due process. It's a violation of your right to be heard.
Well, plus due
process rights.
I think it's the fifth.
Hard right now, forget it, but it's like right to be opportunity to be heard, right, before they can take any property from you, any right or property from you. You have an opportunity to be heard to contest.
Well, plus in the Fifth Amendment, I think it is, it says that if they take something, that they have to give you something back of equal value.
It just means that because sometimes people need shit taken from you. If you're going around shooting motherfuckers and shit, right, and use your gun improperly, right, we take you to court and we present you to society and we take your fucking gun from you. But you have to go to trial first.
This is Seattle right now.
Trial.
What's happening is the cops are giving tickets to jaywalkers and people speeding and people like doing petty crimes, but now they're so like punked out and afraid because of all the cuts and stuff like that and the perception towards police. They don't want to go in and deal with the meth heads. They don't want to deal with the gang violence. They're avoiding the stuff that we actually need them to face, and they're just handing out little tickets and stuff. They become like really
the question is, man, should they be facing them? Shouldn't we just have drug counselors?
Yeah.
Like what I'm saying is basically like and this what people got wrong with the you guys ever heard of Richard Dawkins, right? He wrote like The Selfish Gene.
The anti-God guy.
I've heard the name in a Wu-Tang song.
He talks about a lot of mistakes. He said Freud made the mistake too. Like using like language that motherfuckers know would probably cause controversy in people and turn them off to your idea. Like penis envy. Like he said, he should have said, power envy. You know, something a little more neutral that everyone can digest. But a lot of times, man, that shit is just bad poetry, like shit being said in the wrong way.
Oh, I definitely think that. See,
You
I
know what I mean?
definitely, yeah, but I definitely support the idea that that there's a higher secret society that's, you know, you call them Nazis, but the Nazis were created by a higher secret society, and that echelon is running things in the whole world, in every country, and especially America, and that there is in modern times slavery happening in prisons where people working for less than $1 an hour. I mean, you know, and that
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. It's not that they understand they created an ideology. You have to view our brains like computer programs. And human beings have what they call a historical linguistic consciousness, right? That's what you get the whole science of like neurolinguistic programming from and shit like that. Like we're programmed with language, right? So you have this intoxicating ideology, right? That I'm this superior being, right? And then you couple with the sexy uniforms and the order and the control and the fancy machines and
But
the power
now,
the domination.
doesn't this kind of general idea kind of come from the Talmud though? Does it not come from, you know, the stuff about the goyim and all that? Like that's like white supremacy at its core in a way. Excuse me, losing my voice again. But I like to say Nazi because you're not going to get accused of being anti-Semitic if you say Nazi. They're going to say, yeah, Nazis are terrible. Like everybody can agree on that. Like, you're not going to like
the secret societies consider anyone who is not initiated as lawful prey, and that they will take advantage of anyone. I mean, like the Fabian Society uses the symbol of the wolves in sheep clothing, and that's what they are. They're wolves, and we're sheep, and they're running the show. And that you know, that's why Howard Freeman does that that law segment.
And that goes back to what Ken was saying earlier when you talked about like the left-hand path, right? Because this is what happens when people like engage too much in the left-hand path without any balance. Basically, you become demonic. So it makes it easier for you to do shit like that. You know, to want to control and dominate people and leave people astray like that. That's why they make you do shit like that. You know what I mean? Like basically,
I also think that that's why you see a lot of this like dinosaur stuff and like Jurassic Park and stuff like that. It's like that's the apex predator, like the Tyrannosaurus Rex or like Godzilla, that big reptile, and that gets into the reptilian thing too. Or the fact that like they'll use the eagle's up high and it's striking down from from above, and it's striking at the back of our heads and grabbing that reptilian cortex part of our brain.
Yeah, it's very Hobbesian, man, where it's kind of like, it presupposes that human beings, are not evil, but basically like, I mean, it's like the war of all against all. You know what I mean? Everybody's out to get you. You know, you got to take what you want. You got to be able to defend it.
Well, I mean, we lack unity, and that like the courts to me are like, they're like black magi, like evil magi who are, you know, every day they throw people in jail for debtors' prisons, which is illegal, and that they're using this rhetoric of words that are spun so intricately.
Well, that's what they are. Like
the common person is unaware of this system and its intricacies, and how it's, you know, the law is so corrupt where they've made laws which specifically state if you don't defend your rights, defend your jurisdiction, and so on, they'll just assume everything and throw you in the slammer no matter what.
Well, no, it's just you know, and Daniel and I talked about this before, but I'm using it in black terms again because it seems like, black people are saying, it seems like, now that like the elites are getting more powerful, and now they're starting to like prey on a lot more like poor whites. Basically, white people are starting to see what black people have been saying for a long time. And one of the things is this concept called "I'm white, not say so." Basically, but white people can interpret it as I'm rich, and I say so, or I'm elite and I say so. If you're poor white, basically, they could just because remember, like a lot of laws interpretation, right? So if you don't have a good lawyer or anybody to fight that shit, like judges can interpret that shit anyway. You saw what happened. I'm telling you, man, you want to watch like just straight up like just like fucking like abuse of power. Watch the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Like, I mean, just like making up rules. He let Kyle Rittenhouse pick his own jury members and all that shit, dude. Just like completely did whatever the fuck he wanted to do. And no one fucking stopped him. That's what you get. You get these motherfuckers to get in there. Because see, let me tell you about the law. And this is why because the law has a reason, a rationale behind it, basically. And that rationale is rooted in a term called stare decisis. You know what that means? It's a Latin term. It means it means like cases, like outcomes. It gives the law an element of predictability. That way we know that people aren't arbitrarily like kind of like doing what they want to do with the law or weaponizing the law. That's why you have these higher courts that review decisions of lower courts. Because what you do basically, you say what a lawyer does basically is that we tell judges the law. We go into court and we say my client is innocent or my client's not liable, and here's proof. We have all these cases. In this case, you have happened, right? And the court ruled this way. My case is similar to this case, which is precedent, the controlling case. And my facts are very similar to the facts of this case. Based on this case, in my facts, you have a duty under the law to rule in my favor.
Yeah, case law.
Yeah,
well, see the judges though. You don't understand the judges. They're operating.
Now they're just doing what they do.
The judges they're doing whatever they want because they're operating under a secret jurisdiction and they're withholding from the public that they've nullified all the laws.
I don't know about secret jurisdiction, but like when you have just a certain group, right, who believes in a certain ideology, right? Because that's how sales work, basically. Like they don't even have to interact. You can have a conspiracy, man, without even talking to the person. It's just sort of getting involved in acting in a matter that appears to further the conspiracy without shaking hands, without signing the contract, without none of that shit, basically. So you just have a group of people who sort of believe, hey, man, you know what? We believe that white people are being replaced. You know, so what we're going to do basically is that we're going to protect our people basically, and we're not going to let racism be seen and anybody accused, even if we know it's racism. To give you an example of this, but I'm saying to say fuck the racism shit. I'm just saying like when you have people who have power and people who don't have power, this is what you get basically. So I give you an example. Jonathan Majors, right? We're looking at video of this man literally doing everything in his power to escape the clutches and assault of his ex-girlfriend or his girlfriend at the time. Like literally like in the process was like pushing her hands off him or blocking her a swing from hitting him. They literally said like he protested or rejected her assaults a little too forcefully. Right? And made him guilty of some lesser domestic violence dispute. And the guy seen on camera literally running from her and she's chasing him.
Yeah, the courts.
That's why you don't date crazy chicks.
But I'm saying is, but you have a group of people who are based on some twisted ideology who have power or abusing their power and doing whatever the fuck they want to do.
Oh yeah, we live under tyranny.
We have people who are unscrupulous, who are seeing in Trump's example. See, because Trump in his actions are giving the permission. It's that strongman mentality. Fuck the courts. Do whatever you want to do. Stomp everybody. In the old days, we would beat them up. You know, in the old days, yeah. Fuck these niggas. In the old days, we'll hang these fucking niggas.
Yeah,
In the
it's
old
like
days, we'll railroad them and put their black asses in jail.
Well, they're
it's
still
like
hanging people.
But I'm
They're
saying,
still
I'm using that as an example. Don't take it personally.
it's like when an American goes overseas and they think they could just act a fool and get drunk and like fuck with people, and then the police come up to them. They're like, "You can't do anything to me. I'm an American citizen." And then the police beat the shit out of them and throw them in prison and like never let them out or extradite them or anything. That's kind of the same mentality, except these people are fucking around and finding out.
Well, the courts are just such money grubbing evil. The courts are like it's like a demon plague that's upon us, and that they're operating under the color of law. They'll just sit and do whatever they want. They wouldn't let, when I lived in Kalamazoo and I had to go to child court, they wouldn't let any black people see my arguments in court because I got my child support put to 0 because I quoted so much law, and they wouldn't put that on
all
the
the
record.
time, man. That's called a non-published case. They do that shit all the time. Like you're not even allowed to use it. Like if I find it, like if I'm on Westlaw or LexisNexis, and I find so only thing I used to do with unpublished case is kind of like find the cases they use and then kind of replicate the argument. But I can't refer to that case. But I can reverse engineering to kind of get some leverage in court, basically. But yeah, they have non-published cases. Like that's actually illegal. Like they do that shit.
Yeah, they're they're definitely running a giant scam. I mean, if you read the book, the rights of the British, the 1774, the founding fathers were talking about the British courts in America, and talking about it in the same manner as today, where they were saying the courts were ran under admiralty law, and that the courts were just throwing everybody in jail no matter what, and like the high. For me, it's like the conspiracy of Masonry, where before I went into child court, I had a affidavit that was the birth certificate, and I signed it without prejudice, so I wouldn't acquiesce my jurisdiction. And that I told the lawyer, I was like, "You don't have a case because you don't have jurisdiction, and I'm going to argue jurisdiction immediately, and I'm going to put it on the record, and then I'm going to get the case thrown out." And then I told him, I was like, "I don't want no goddamn Masons in the courtroom lying for each other." And then the first day when I show up for court, there's 4 fucking pigs in my face, like that far away from my face, yelling, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yelling it at me, like
that's called a shark frenzy. They do that in the military. If like a cadet is getting loud, like 4 or 5 officers will just all surround them at once and start going,
Yeah, problematic, but like they always have jurisdiction over you, dude. Like, let me explain why. Because
that's a psychological tactic.
Yeah, but you don't understand.
Let me explain to you why, though. Let me explain to you why before you jump on me. It's a theory called purposeful availment of the rights and benefits of the foreign state. So just in virtue of you driving or walking on their roads and you're taking advantage of their roads in their city, they have jurisdiction over you.
Yeah, but when I plead in the form of a demurrer and challenge the jurisdiction, they forced the stenographer to erase my jurisdiction challenge, and then they purposely lost. Well, no, they lost. When I bought the video of the court case, the video, they claimed they lost it because I could have sued their socks off for what they did, and I could press charges, which deprivation of rights, because challenging jurisdiction is part of due process. And we have the right to due process, and they're committing treason by not upholding the law. And that, this is, I can't even go into further elaboration of it because,
but like they do jurisdiction. Like even right now, like if I'm on Twitter right now, right, or I'm on Amazon, and I reach into the forum state, right, I advertise on Twitter, right, and I say in California, right, but I'm advertising in Alabama, and then somebody buys my product, like I can be held liable under Alabama law because I purposely, through my advertisement, reached into their state and took advantage of an advantage. One of their citizens who has money in their state, who pay for my product. That gives them jurisdictions. It's called purposeful availment. Just by you like driving your car from New York to California and your car touches down to California, you're driving on California roads, like you're benefiting from traveling on California road to get to whatever destination you're trying to get to, and using California gas stations, they have jurisdiction over you.
I understand that type of jurisdiction, but see, we have the right, we have a constitutional immunity from any jurisdiction that isn't constitutional. And when I started arguing that the courts were trying to force me into unconstitutional commerce, which violates the gold silver clause, you know, they were just like, their jaws hit the floor. And that's partially why they didn't make me pay child support, because I was arguing the gold silver clause in the Constitution. And they didn't like what I was saying, even though they're all under oath to the Constitution. And that, you know, they're playing a word game that's spun so tight. They've got pure fascism on us. Because
did you have any money to pay child support?
It didn't matter. I wasn't going to pay because
I'm saying, just listen to me quick, because he might have did it for a different reason. So I'm asking.
No, you don't understand. In Michigan, the courts, they'll even if you don't have a job, they'll assume that you're making 300 plus a week, and that this is how they're running a fucking slave trade. Is where every person, when I was in Kalamazoo, all these black people were getting thrown in jail left and right for money that was a debtor's prison, and that you know, it was disgusting seeing the courts do that.
It's like a debtor thing, but you have to understand, man, like the law is about defining shit. So they're defining
debtor's prison is illegal.
Because you know in the law they have exceptions. They're defined. That's what I'm telling you, it's arbitrary, man, because it's power. They're defined that little act right there as different from debtor's prison. I give you an example. Like in California, had the red light cameras, right? And people are like, you know what? Like that's due process argument, right? Like I have a right to challenge my witness, right? Whoever's telling them, they have a right to see that witness in court and then rebut whatever claims evidence they have against me, right? You know, the court got around that shit.
How's that?
They said it's not a witness, it's evidence.
Yeah, there's a similar argument I've heard.
Like, if they need money, if they need anything they need done, dude, they can just get a judge to just say it.
Oh, yeah, that's because they're out.
Real quick, guys, interesting comment from the chat from Anything Blue once again. As the Commander Albert Pike attested, the Anu signature and other emblems representing Cain's authority to rule have been protected by Freemasonry.
Oh yeah, they sign their name Rex Amundi and all sorts of different letters and terms to signify their secret society.
And I'm not doubting they have fraternities, man, because it's power and unity. They learned that before, like the workers' movement, man, and the unions, man. Like Jimmy Hoffa, them unions get powerful. They get a lot of money too. And when you get a lot of money, you really get powerful, basically.
Yeah, that's the whole idea of joining a gang. Why do you join a gang? Because 2 is stronger than 1, 3 is stronger than 2, 5 is stronger than 3, etc. etc.
Dan was talking about that. Remember yesterday? We were talking about how a lot of times, man, like because we're dealing in a society that technically tries to hide history from us, we forget how a lot of things came into being. Like we were talking about like the basic marriage structure, right? It's just sublimation, basically. Like you have like a situation, like a biological situation, right? Where a woman gets pregnant, right? Where you don't have jobs and money and shit at the time. And you have one motherfucker who has to go get food, come back and feed the right? That creates that naturally creates that patriarchal structure, because in nature it works. That structure of marriage, with the woman being home with the child, the man going out for the feud, that helped us survive as a species. And remember, survival in evolution is being able to replicate yourself. It's having a child. It's being able to fuck, and then the result of that fucking produces a child, basically, to be able to survive. So the current traditional marriage structures we come from that biological imperative. At one point was healthy, but at one point became toxic for some reason. But in the beginning, all that shit comes from that, dude. Like the unions, realize, like overpower an alpha male who's taking all our food, disrespecting us, and fucking all our women. If we come together and we just beat his fucking ass, like those
two nerds is stronger than one jock.
Well, that's what I want to bring up is that the modern court systems are running a straight up slave trade. It's just that they're not calling it that, and that people aren't aware because people have never been in prison. And I've got black friends who were in prison who told me all about it.
Saying that for years, man. They said slavery never ended. That's what we meant by slavery never ended. That's the 13th Amendment. You need to read the book called The New Jim Crow. A black woman already wrote about that, dude. That's why they created the vagabond law. The police force is a metamorphosis of the slave catching squads.
Oh yeah, I seen a meme about that. It was very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. Like based on what I've read, just right after slavery, they came out with all kinds of excuses to specifically lock up black people. Then you have the whole sharecropping thing, and isn't that what we all really are on some level? Like the cost of living is so high right now. We are all basically sharecroppers.
What's interesting is this has to do with the subject. Is that in the Illuminati book that I'm reading by Nasta Webster called World Revolution, she's talking about this French Illuminati guy who's a communist and who's had multiple communist settlements that failed over and over. And then he went to this country and visited a slave settlement, and he loved how similar it was to communism, and that it was just mind blowing to see that he
liked it.
Yeah, the Illuminati, they want to destroy the family, destroy all the culture, destroy your churches, religions, your country, and they want to make everybody equally fucking poor as shit working for the state.
And this is not meant as like any like LGBT hate or anything like that, but that's why they want to get this trans kids thing going, because it's for the first time the government can come in and take your kids away, just like the Hitler Youth. And that's what they love to do. They love to get rid of the family and just be able to completely program every individual from birth to just be their slave, basically.
Yeah, it's like that.
That's
Hillary.
why I believe religion that go to your child, right? Like your child's underage, and try to convert them, dude. I believe that's contributing. I think that falls under contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Like nobody has any right planting any foreign ideas into my child's head without my fucking permission. I don't give a fuck if it's pedophilia to loving Christ thy fucking Lord, dude. I have to make sure that that's not a harmful belief my child is digesting, and how that belief is going to affect their life when I'm no longer on this planet.
I mean, I wouldn't want my kids being taught like, oh, if you have certain feelings, we're going to take you into this room, chop off your pee-pee, give you these pills, and you'll be happy. Like, that's so deranged. Like, how do you know what will make a person happy? Like
conversion therapy and all that shit. Like,
yeah, who's really happy and who can claim that they're happy? Like people that are rich and famous, like Eminem or Howard Stern, they go on and on about how miserable they are and how much success and fame isn't any good, and there's just all this drugs and mental illness, blah blah blah. Like, who is happy besides like maybe some monks up in a temple somewhere?
Oh man, it's a terrible thing, man, to have all those resources without a purpose. That's why the motherfuckers go crazy, man. And God makes the motherfuckers go crazy, man. Because it's kind of a mental illness, man, to have 20 fucking houses, man, when you have kids freezing in the fucking elements, or kids who can't eat shit, man, and you're not using that money, right?
Like those people in my mind are criminals. People that are so
like
rich.
In the Bhagavad Gita, and I'm gonna finish my point here, land my plane. Krishna literally says, dude, those who take from the universe and don't give back are thieves. And I'm gonna land my plane there.
Oh yeah, definitely
I
agree with
like
that.
I think, yeah, that's I think like in some way I'm glad that I've mostly been poor. Like I feel like if I was rich, I'd be a like 10 times more of an asshole.
Oh yeah, it's the humbleness of poverty really teaches you a lesson. I wanted to say about how the about Billary. I don't like to use the full name for algorithm reasons, but Billary wrote a book called something about the village owning the children. And
Oh, it takes a village to raise a child.
Yeah, and that in communism and socialism, aka democracy, the state owns your kid, and that they own our children, and that's why the birth certificate is on the banknote paper.
Have you read Republic?
I'm not familiar with it, but I've heard Cooper talk
no,
about it.
I know what you're talking about. It's Plato's Utopia, where he says that the only way we can make sure that powerful our leaders aren't corrupted is by raising our leaders separately from birth in their own little mini society, where they are just given like the least amount of shit possible. Like they're forced to live as like commune members. Like everybody gets a bed, everybody gets fed. That's about it.
What I was saying is like you have children in common, basically. So it's almost like you guys kind of like put on masks. You sleep with one another, right? You give birth, but no one knows who the father of these children are, or who the mothers are either. So then the state raises them, so they have no attachment to like a nuclear family, basically, and all their loyalty is reserved for the state.
I bet you, I can't prove it, but I bet you the kids will just end up altering into little Nazis.
that's just Plato's Republic. Well, that's what happens anyway. That's why you have these different cults. All these different cults emerged from one cult. And you and I've talked about this before, right? Because I think it's like a harvesting technique where you get a huge gathering or a huge pool of like people who are like hyper suggestible, like people who are capable of going into what they call somnambulism, which is the perfect hypnotic state, where they can make you do things literally and you will not remember.
Oh yeah,
that's why I don't like to like have like a forum for this show or anything like that. Like I don't want this show to feel like a little like stigmatized private community with all these like inside jokes and stuff like that. I just want it to be for everybody at any time. I don't want it to feel like a cult or anything like that. It's just
dangerous, man. That shit gets dangerous, man. And I mean, even on the small, remember what's her name, Selena, that Mexican singer.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
So fan base the cults, man, right? And then like, and basically, man, a lot of like hardcore groupies, man, are hardcore narcissists, man. Like they love you because they envy you so much, and they're trying to get close to you because they simply want to be you and destroy you. And that's why that one was doing all that bad shit to her behind her back, and then eventually killed her. Because when you're on that level, you attract a lot of narcissists who feel like they should be in your spotlight or at least share your spotlight. And that's what cults do, basically. Even churches, man, churches have their little narcissists who feel like they know the Bible better than anybody else. And they got like a crew of women, following them around. And then through time, you find out they were sleeping with all.
They want to do Bible study with just the hot girls.
Yeah, all that shit all the time, man. All that shit is suspect, man. I'm telling you, man. Let me tell you something, man.
I'm listening.
Church is a great way to get made.
Man, put themselves in those positions. Look, man, you have no business. Even when I was teaching, man, and girls come to office hours, man, that office door be wide open like a motherfucker, man. The temptation is just too great, man. And I'm going to say it like this, man. And that's, like the power imbalance, man. It's some girls, man, who will literally have no shame in their game. And, learn that sexuality will get them whatever they want and will literally throw you the pussy. Rub their breast on you, bend over in front of you, start bringing up sexually charged language. Like I had one student tell me one day, she's older than me too, but she's a pretty woman, right? She said, Dondi, Dr. Robert, you know what my daughter brought up today? She asked me what sex was. Like put the
Yeah, you must stay away from that. Yeah.
No, I know what you're talking about, though. Absolutely.
You know, beyond your. And I heard stories in law school, man. Like, yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's always this dumb girl that everybody thought was stupid as fuck, but she's super fun, beautiful, like model shit. But every time she opened up her mouth in class, she sound like as dumb as a bag of ham, right? But she be the motherfucker who get the highest grade in the class, right? And everybody's just dumbfounded. Like Callie the fucking class. And then we figured out how they were doing it. Some of the girls were literally fucking professors, right? Because law school's about issue spotting, right? So basically you read a set of facts and then you try to find the issue. So like, remember I told you crime is behavior, right? So you'll say something like, you know, when the defendant, you know, saw Jenny's bag, you know, unattended on the park bench, went to the bag, searched inside, and stole the wallet, right? A larceny took place, something like that, right? But that's how you do it. You got to spot these issues. Larceny would be an issue, right? So what they were doing, the professor, you know, they would have sex with these chicks, right? And then they would give the chicks all the issues, right? So, I mean, so that, you know, because when the law school exam do, you have to study everything you learned in class, right? You don't know what you're going to be hit with, right? So when the motherfucking professor gives you all the issues, right, that cuts down your study time considerably. All you got to do is memorize the laws that go with those issues.
Yeah.
And then a lot of times, you could just spit those issues on the exam without even looking at the hypo. And then go through it and fill in under the fucking thing, dude. So, I mean, so like, they're getting like, they're calling the classes, means they got an A+ in the class, man. But then, like, one girl kind of told us on the slide, she was a fine-ass little white chick. But she was, like, fucking a few professors there. And she said, you know, like, they give me the issues. You know what I mean? And she got all the best fucking... Let me tell you something else, man. You know who are fucking horn dogs? Who they just prey on fucking young girls?
Yeah. Oh, sure. I've seen it a time.
The DA's office.
The what?
DA's office is an incestuous orgy type kind of shit, man. And those girls are like hyper competitive, man. And they will fuck their way to the top, dude.
Yeah, that's like Hollywood.
Like type in DA sex scandals, dude. Serious, dude, especially in LA. LA was notorious for that shit, dude.
Yeah,
like
it's
Hollywood.
Like that's what Weinstein was doing. You know, if you want to be the star of a movie, well, it's easy. All you gotta do is blow me. Like,
yeah.
Exactly. I really need this case. This case, because you gotta think, man, like most of our presidents are what? Are lawyers, right? And DA, right? So like that's a vehicle to the presidency, right? And depending on the type of cases you get, you know where I'm coming from?
Well,
yeah. I'll suck your dick. I'll suck your dick to get put on the Grim Reaper case.
Yeah, but one thing you gotta consider though with this stuff.
And I let the judge fuck me in the ass, a girl and my pussy. You know, if he kind of rigs it for me a little bit.
Hope she enemies first.
Hey, that shit goes.
The thing you got to realize about these type of women is that they're smart in a certain way, and if the second they can get any leverage over you, like they're gonna use this stuff to blackmail you. Like if you're still in a position of power 10 years later, and she can no longer gain from having sex with you or whatever anymore, well, she's gonna come back in the future and she's gonna double down, just like these women did to Trump. You know, I'm not a fan of this.
You just what you know what pimps call me.
Well, it's like in nature.
Call man like that? You know, pimps call man like that.
What's that?
A good client?
No, tricks.
Yeah.
Like more than just like, you know, you give me money, you know, and I suck you, fuck you. A lot of it's like, you give me money, you know, I go to a room with you, You know, I put, you know, a sleeping pill in your drink or some shit like that. You fall asleep. I rob you, steal all your money, steal all your
Yeah,
clothes.
see shit like that. You cannot trust shady
Yeah.
chicks. They will bite you in the behind when you turn around.
Well, it's
I
like
find out who you are. I blackmail you. I find out you got a wife. I find out you're a judge. It's called tricking because you put yourself in fucked up situations. You're so weak for the pussy, right? That you would literally risk your career and your reputation, right? To fuck that fine little young pussy, right? For 5 minutes. You'll ruin your whole fucking life, dude.
See
Seriously.
that this is why we need VR porn and VR sex and sex dolls and stuff like that. It takes power away from these shady ass tricks.
What's like in nature, every other species in nature, the female is always stronger. But they think that the female isn't stronger in our species, but the female has evolved and that they've adapted these techniques of gaining power over the males. And that I believe the modern world is ran by females.
You know what Milton Erickson said? He had a patient, right? And she was in an abusive relationship and she felt powerless, right? Like around males, right? And you know, she was doing the whole penis envy thing and talking to Freudian and shit. And he said, man, he said, why would you want a penis? Because after sex, it's nothing but a weak, limp, flaccid thing. You got coming from like, no matter what, dude, in sex, eventually the woman's gonna win. Like you're gonna come down regardless, basically. And that's the whole thing, basically. And that's why they view them as succubus. They literally sap your strength. Like at one point, you're super hard and virile, right? And your thing is long, like a sword, right? And then you tussle with her for a few rounds, right? You're depleted, you know, you're bleeding, right? Your member's flat, right? That's why the French called the orgasm the little death, right? You know, you're all puckered out, looks like it's bleeding, you know, the juice is coming out of it, dude. It's like really a weak thing.
Yeah. I think that that's where a lot of the sex magic stuff comes from. You know, you're talking about succubi and things like that. It's because sexual energy is energy and it's tied to our very life force. It's creation energy. And if it gets drained from us, like this is why you have a lot of these like shadow people and stuff like that. These are just dead people that didn't go into the light. They're just going around and they're like sucking people's sexual energy through various forms. You know, you hear people call it loosh and stuff like that. That's the whole foundation of most of what black magic is. It's like astral parasitism, hypnosis, taking advantage of others, not only in this life and on this plane, but also in the next life, in the in between stages, in the astral plane, and finding ways to preserve yourself in this world even after you've passed on. That's the concept of like becoming a ghoul or a vampire or something of that nature.
Oh yeah, ghoul. Yeah, I think that
I
there's like a weird,
die.
the whole like people's obsession with sex magic and stuff, or even like certain types of magic in general. It seems like there's an outer core to the magic, and that the outer core is just trickery, but the inner core had some deep, complex system of. But it's weird because all the magic that you guys all talk about and stuff, it's so much different than the shamanism of the Amazon, where it was
another more rational and logical reason to rituals.
Well, what I was saying though,
like you keep coming back for the sex, so like you never leave. That's why they other like more sinister reasons for why they have that in there. You know, where you're having all these multiple sex partners, you know, and you're having all these crazy orgasms coupled with feel-good drugs, it creates addiction. You keep coming back. So you never leave the coven or you never leave the cult.
Yeah, and it also creates food for these like demonic beings that surround these covens and things like that. Because if the next best thing to blood is like sexual fluids and stuff like that. Like even spit. Oh, yeah. You can feed entities and demons by just spitting on the ground and saying, here's my offering to the Legion.
They say Jesus was a spitter. You hear this is kind of
but he was doing it not to feed demons, but to purify what was going on around him with his fluids.
Well, you in the modern news, you hear about what happened to Mystical, the rapper.
No.
Like, he's being indicted for all sorts of crazy shit. They're trying to lock him up for life and fucking I don't know if he's bad or good, or I don't know if he's guilty or not, but this chick in the report, it claimed that he took alcohol and spit it on her to try to cleanse her of demons, and that this chick is claiming that he raped her and stuff, and he's getting locked up for life. And fucking, it's hard to say if he could be innocent. I mean, he could be totally innocent because chicks are fucking crazy. No offense to any chicks out there, but
that's the sad thing. You don't even have to have sex with them for them to claim that you raped them.
Yeah,
and that happens all the fucking time. Like Mike Tyson, Kobe Bryant, the list goes on and on.
Yeah, I wonder how many people are innocent, because there's so many chicks that are so crazy. I mean, nothing against chicks, but like, chicks are just fucking like, it's like they're not grown up in the head. Sometimes it seems like
dude, women are not bad, dude.
I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying they're immature.
No. Women are cool, man. I love women, man. I've had my best. I'm telling you, man, it's nothing like being cool with women, dude. Like on the job, everywhere, man. They used to feed me, bring me food, help me with papers, help me do tasks, man. You just got to be cool, man. And you can't go in there projecting all this sexual energy, man. You have to let that shit just naturally happen, dude. Just genuinely introduce yourself to the girl.
Well, I'm not looking for a chick. I've got a chick.
In life in general, it doesn't have to be like just to have harmony with them. It's just understanding that they do certain things, man, and just being cool, welcoming, and understanding. And
well, there's a reason why the classic idea of a witch is female, because back in medieval times, men had all the power because they were physically bigger and stronger. So the way that women would get back at men is by using magic, by using curses, spells, poisons, hypnosis, things like that. That's how they achieved the equality of power.
What's like,
but not all women are like that, man. It's just like being cool, man. Because you kind of attract that in the way we act. Because a lot of men have a hard time, like just sitting in sexual tension. Because we want it all the time. So when we're around women, it's very hard for us to just sit and enjoy that sexual tension and just learn how to manage it properly without having it affect our emotions and shit. And then we start acting weird toward the chicks and shit. And then we start turning them off and we start repelling them and shit. Just be cool, baby.
Well, what I'm getting at though is that I understand what you're saying, but in the classical secret societies, if you didn't know geometry, they wouldn't allow you in, and most chicks don't know geometry.
That's true. I don't have that on this wall.
It's not that chicks are bad for being immature, but because chicks are to raise the children and stuff, and but like
this is the way I see it. Like, women are chaos. They come from the original chaos goddess, and men are like order. A woman's mind is more affected by her environment and by nature and by the moon and things like that. She can't really control those things in the same way where a man has like certain determination. Like to me, it's order and chaos, like, two opposing things.
The classical secret societies, they would teach against any of the pleasures of the flesh. So any of the pleasures of the senses, any type of gluttony or sexuality or any type of thing they were against it completely, in that they believed in a purity, in a pure state, and that the ancient magi were said to have been totally celibate, and that like there's some type of power behind the the whole celibacy thing with
I'll talk is keeping your sexual energy, but I kind of differ. I think some women mature faster than men. And I think women are more grounded in reality and death more than men, because they're more connected to the earth. Like, something actually grows in women. You get coming from? And is born, right? And feeds on them, right? That depends on them, right? So that kind of grows you up real fast, man.
Well, that's
And
why
you
they
start
say the old
mold
priests
tool.
were.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Just women, like, I mean, like, I think just a lot of that shit is just like this crazy shit.
Even in the Bible?
And I'm going to say this might sound funny. I think a lot of that shit is just crazy myths and butthurt shit that man who can't get any pussy sort of told themselves to feel better about themselves.
Well, in the Bible, in the beginning, like a lot of people say, oh, in the beginning there was nothing. That's not what the Bible says. It says in the beginning there was two things. There was God and there was the Tehom, which means the abyss. There was two things in the beginning, one male and one female, and that's what creation comes from. There is a goddess. There always has been. It's just people are too secular to look into other religions so that they can decode some of this stuff.
Well, it's like in the classical sense, the females were always the priests, and that I think that's why you see the priests with the female garments, and that over time, the non-shamanistic societies develop these weird cultural role switches and like psychological abnormalities that you don't see in the shamanic tribes and stuff.
And you want to hear? You know, it's funny you said that, Daniel, because Nietzsche's famous for saying, he says, "I cannot believe in a God that does not have a wife."
Well, again, like even if we go back to the Bible, right? It mentions Queen of Heaven. We know that even in Israel there was worship of Asherah?
Yeah, that's the same as Astarte.
Yeah, exactly. So going back to the beginning, you have the original goddess, right? And then there's a theory out there that with each subsequent generation, that matriarchy gets passed down through the generations. That's why when some people do like ayahuasca and shrooms and stuff like that, they actually encounter this like goddess of nature or Gaia, like a mother mind.
When I drank ayahuasca like over 10 years ago, I definitely was like cradled by a female spirit, but I believe it was the spirit of the plant, and that the I think the whole, like when I was a kid, I was always against the whole, what is that called, the spirit guide thing, but like after the psychedelic experiences, I definitely believe that plants and mushrooms do have a spirit guide attached to them, and that's why I think DMT is so dangerous, because there is no spirit guide attached to it.
Yeah, there's something there. Like I know when oh no, I'm sorry, not DMT. I don't mean to say that, but like ayahuasca, there's definitely like a plant spirit, but I've never done pure DMT. That it does sound like more like cold and mechanical. But as good as this discussion is, guys, we just hit 5 hours, and that is way too long. So I do apologize. Like when we get into these good discussions, time, we enter the time warp. Next thing you know, it's 1 hour, 2 hours later. That's what always happens to this show. That's why we can go this long, because hopefully we're all having a good time. Let's go ahead and close things up. I know that I need to get some precious sleep, and I gotta have time to finalize the show and all that too. So let's touch bases with Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, any last words?
Yeah, hit that subscribe button. It's free. Show Daniel some love. We're trying to get monetized, man. That'd be very good for us all. You guys could help us do that, and we appreciate that. And we love and appreciate all the listeners and all the fans. And we try to give you guys, information that's going to transform your life spiritually. We try not to blow sunshine up your ass. We want to give you guys facts. We want to give you guys practical applications of this shit. And we also want to teach you not to be duped. It's a very valuable show. So please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Get your friends and family to subscribe, even if they don't watch the fucking show, because that'll benefit. That's how we help one another. Because the more resources we get, the more we can help you guys. And then also, too, and I think Dan mentioned this before, man, like, we want to help people. So if you're a Black business or just a small business in general, right? Like, send Dan an email, man, and he will give you a shout out on the show, man. Or you have a video about your product or something like that, man. We want to help people, man, because I think one of our guests said it too, like, like if we don't like the institutions and the billionaires behind these institutions, then we have to start supporting other institutions. And hopefully one day these other institutions that reflect our values and what we need as citizens, as a collective, get most of our money and get most of our business. And the reason why, basically, is so we can create the world we want, where everybody has, and everybody's thriving, and nobody's left behind, and nobody's suffering. And that's again which makes me bring up AOC, which is my girl. Like I said before, man, go to her website. She's the only one who is literally, and some of the squad members too, but getting like real, genuine tangibles for our constituents, like things they need. Like we already talked about the schools, the backpacks, the school supplies, the groceries, people getting out of jail, wanting to turn over a new life, who might have a record, helping them get their record expunged for petty offenses like weed and marijuana. That's true activism. That's doing what the people need and giving the people what they want, dude. So go to her website and see what she's actually doing. I suggest you do that to all these folks, man. And then there's a lot of them, man, that are just dead weight. Rich, taking money from AIPAC, just dare to just be parasites, to put money into their pocket and to the pocket of their donors. And we know who they are because we have a list of the people who are taking money from AIPAC. So we say, fuck AIPAC. We put more people in office like AOC, and we start to slowly take our country back and give it back to the community to make sure our tax dollars are used to benefit the community in hard and trying times, are helping communities advance who need a little more help getting up to speed. That's what government is for. And in course to protect some shit like that. But most of the money and shit should be going to us, our communities, to our health, and any other fucking thing we need as American citizens. And the only way we do that is that we have to come together, believe in ourselves, and get rid of the people we truly know are fucking shit up. That's the recipe. Just vote them motherfuckers out. Vote, and I give you how to do it. Vote out rich people. People who aren't poor, people who haven't had our lived experience, people who can't empathize, people who are born with money, came in the game, will vote them motherfuckers out. They can't relate to us. Motherfuckers taking AIPAC, vote them motherfuckers out. They can't fuck with us. Motherfuckers racists who just want to engage in culture wars and don't want to really do anything to benefit the people, get rid of them punk ass motherfuckers too. And that's the formula. And with that said, I gotta go. Peace, y'all, and I love you all. Hit that goddamn subscribe and like button. And have a good. Oh yeah, one more thing. Check out my baby cousin Steven Shakur. He's a really, really great boxer. And I need you to check him out and give him love, man, because these motherfuckers are scared of him. And they're avoiding him and they don't want to fight him. But we live by the code of the samurai. And they're disgracing our family name. So show him some love, man. And fuck all the Haneys. Like, we got to get rid of the Haney clan because they're fucking up the game of boxing. And with that said, peace.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Got to get rid of that Haney clan. We will have to look more into that soon. Let's touch bases with Clint.
Hi, what's up? Funny you say touch bases because my great, I don't know how many greats, but he played for the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, nice. Well, it was opening day yesterday.
I've thought about trying out for the Tigers because they got open tryouts and freaking. I mean, I'm not in shape, but I can definitely hit a baseball.
Hey, that's not easy.
Oh yeah. Well, it comes with the sword skills. Yeah, but I guess to wrap it up, like what?
Ichiro. He's Japanese, so he can like swing the sword and the baseball bat.
Oh, on Samurai Champloo, or yeah, is that what that was on? Samurai
No,
Champloo?
he's like a real player that played for the Mariners, Japanese guy.
Oh, okay. Have
Yeah,
you seen
before he go up to bat, he like do this little pose, like almost like he's pointing a sword.
Have you seen the
Check
baseball
him out on
episode on
YouTube.
Samurai Champloo?
No.
Oh, you got to watch that episode. It's great. He's got 2 bats and he's like, wow. But
I used to watch that. That was a good show.
yeah, it's definitely a pretty good show. I like the one with the world ending episode. That one's pretty good. But I guess to wrap it up quick though, so you can pass out, just listen to Wayne Cooper, listen to Jordan Maxwell, listen to Freeman Fly's old stuff, listen to listen to the Carl Miller Know Your Constitution video, listen to Howard Freeman's video about sheep versus wolves and sheep country, or sheep and wolves country, and UCC, and listen to there's so many people that watch the Hidden in Plain Sight video with Scott Onslaught, watch the Esoteric Agenda, watch that first if you've never seen it, watch the Cooper Porterville presentation, watch there's so much stuff to list off, but like there's so much, the picture is so big that it can't possibly be told to someone overnight, or even in a week or a month, where it's like watch Chris Everard's shit on the fucking royal families and their secret tunnels and shit where they'd abduct people, and there's so much to the conspiracy and secret societies and the fucking that's why I've been uploading William Cooper for fucking 14 years, because fucking there's so much to it. I've been uploading it so long that some guy wrote a book about William Cooper called Pale Horse Rider, and I was actually named in the book because I'm a pale horse rider.
Nice.
But yeah, it's crazy because freaking I never thought I'd be in a book.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, it's like
you gotta write your own book, man.
I have been writing. I've showed you some pictures from that one book I was writing.
Yeah, you gotta finish that.
When I showed a few pages of that book to Dr. Hieronymus, who is the key, the name, I don't know how to put it in words, but he's the specialist on the Great Seal of the United States, and he gave me that, which I need to read it on my YouTube. I've showed it to you a bunch of times, that manuscript that he gave me that he got for his doctorate. Well, it's all about the Great Seal of the United States, and that it's like I was talking about the conspiracy with him about the idea of 2 Illuminatis and secret society takeovers, and he was one of the very few people who actually understood it. But I swear I speculate that he is a member because of his lack of opinion on certain subjects, because in the lodge they teach you either to not say anything or to just say a lie, and there's certain stuff he just wouldn't talk about. And I think that there's not that a lack of evidence is evidence, but circumstantial evidence points to very high up secret societies that are planning on world communism, and that communism was made by the Illuminati, compared to with slavery, and it was a system that's been thought up by these dark thinkers, the Illuminati. One was named Robespierre from France. There's a whole bunch of names that are involved other than just Weishaupt, and that it's crazy. It's the conspiracy is very complex, whereas take for example in France, that damn, I'm talking way longer than I meant to, excuse me, but in France the whole revolution was orchestrated. They purposely took the grain from the people, the Illuminati. They sent fake letters from King that it was they told everybody to burn down all the fucking government buildings, and it was forged in the king's name. and then the Illuminati killed Louis the 16th for fucking giving money to America because the Illuminati despised America. And Thomas Paine was actually an ex-Illuminati member. And then when he wrote Common Sense or whatever, he was using the Illuminati doctrine against them in a way. I mean, that one's really, that's a big technical thing to talk about. But the fact that they were against America, and, you know, that's why America is so important, because the Illuminati and the Vatican hated America. The crown hated America. And that's why we got to be Americans and fucking unite, you know, forget everything you've ever learned and just be an American, you know. And that's why, I think it's cool that you like baseball and stuff.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean,
but
yeah, I was into it when I was a kid, so it's kind of like one of those things where you you kind of feel those touching childhood memories again.
Oh yeah, but I guess I'll leave with the my YouTube name, Clint Eastwood, Third World Assassin, one word. Also on BitChute, but I upload more on YouTube, and that definitely somebody needs to donate like a bunch of money to Danny so if he can get a samurai sword.
Yeah, please. That's something that I definitely need. I mean, I live in a bad neighborhood. It'd be nice to have some protection. I'd hate to decapitate a fentanyl addict, though.
Yeah, but I'm guessing you got to work in the morning, so.
Well, no, I don't. But in any case, I do need to go because I'm tired as fuck. So thank you, Clint.
Take it easy.
Great. Yeah, take it easy. Definitely go over to Clint Aestwood, his YouTube channel. Tons of great content, stuff by William Cooper, as well as Clint doing his live show and podcast as well. Thank you, everybody that has come on. Lots of new faces. Bia, I think that's what her name was, right? She was great, man. What a great voice. A very smart gal. I'd love for her to come on again. And thank you to everybody in the chat, new folk, old folk, anybody and everybody. Remember to donate to End of Days Radio. Please donate to the show. Your donations go such a long ways for this show. I really need them, guys. Like, this show I don't do Patreon. I don't have hidden content that I want you guys to pay to have access to. I just give it all out for free. I want to, just like Dr. Robert said, this is a very spiritual show. It's meant to change the way people think and change the world and help them get in touch with something ancient and powerful and real, help people wake up for real. And for that to happen, I do need your donations. Help keep the servers up, help keep the lights on. Please donate. Thank you so much to everybody that has donated in the past. But please donate to this show. If you enjoy it, if you love the content that we're putting out there, please, $5, $10, $20, anything that you can muster. This show is completely funded by donations only. It's like PBS, or it's like the muscular dystrophy. The only way that it is able to stay on the air is because of your donations, and the fact that a publicly funded broadcast like this can even exist. But we all know that we waste money on nonsense, tons of streaming services, cappuccinos, things that we don't really need, bad foods, shoes that cost $2,000, Teslas. Nobody needs any of this stuff. But what we do need to do is keep this fire burning. And please donate to this show. Please donate. Go to endofdaysradio.com, click that donate button, donate through PayPal, donate Bitcoin, any way that you can. Thank you. Also, mind-blowing moment of the day. Mind-blowing. Got to make it quick. We're running out of time. I'm going to have to say it's that whole Bible, tribal stuff that our guest talked about. That just, man, he was getting really into some etymology stuff that's just, no one's ever really done like that before. Not in that way, and on that level anyway. And that was a lot of fun. That's the tribal thing, the tribal chief, Roman Reigns, all that. That's pretty interesting. I gotta say, that's a mind-blowing moment of the day tonight. Tonight. Sports. I'm gonna skip through this. We are so out of time. Baseball opening day was yesterday. Fuck yeah, yay. Cool stuff. Looks like the Mariners just won their first game of the season. Awesome. For those who don't know, WrestleMania is coming soon. It's WrestleMania season. I got a letter from a listener, and it's kind of interesting, but look, this is something I'm gonna have to like rant and rave about. I don't have time right now. We're over 5 hours, 5 hours and 20 minutes. If anybody's even still hanging out at this point, pat yourself on the back. You made it. You made it the whole show. You ate the whole thing. The fact that we can hold people here for this long, I think says something. That what we still have close to 200 live listeners right now. They're all still listening. They're still watching. That's pretty cool. Thank you, everybody. And please donate. Other than that, I gotta go. I'm signing out. This is Daniel broadcasting. This is Daniel Unafraid broadcasting from those crumbling, decaying, broken ruins as the sun sets and the last bits of light slide over the broken stones. This is my weekly broadcast of freedom. We are the resistance. Thank you, everybody. I'm Daniel, and I'm signing out from the Emerald City. Have a good night. Cue that ending theme.